continue with day 2 of analysis of a split second, guys. Because pretty much on Tuesday we did the initial first impressions analysis. We talked a lot about the gameplay mechanics of the game, the balance between the pure racing mechanics of a split second and how the economic system was perfectly integrated within them, so we would feel the power play bar, and through the pure racing elements of the gameplay we got access to the weaponry system of the game, which in normal kart racers like Mario Kart, Crash Team Racing, and Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, it's pretty much different, because in those games the weapons are physically placed on the track, and through the use of the power play system, here the weaponry system is accessed through the pure racing mechanics of the game. So there's a huge difference because there's an economic component embedded into it, because through the pure racing, through drifts, drafting, close calls, jumps, etc., through pure racing elements of the gameplay, we get access to the weaponry system of the game. It's different when compared to the to Split Second's biggest rival, Blur, pretty much, which was released back in the day, but also any kart racers that you could think about. We talked about a lot of them in the first stream. If you're watching this as a YouTube VOD, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And in the previous VOD, you can you'll get the analysis methodology that we use here on the channel, and you will pretty much get the gameplay, the initial gameplay analysis that we did of the gameplay mechanics in Split Second, measuring the integration of the pure racing mechanics with the weaponry system of the game. And the conclusion, and we arrived at some conclusions that are pretty interesting in case you are following the analysis of the series. We begin chapter 6, people.
The journey to being crowned season champion gathers pace. It's action all the way as the gates to the power plant are thrown open for the first time. Meanwhile, drivers are finally able to fight back against the chopper in all-new Air Revenge. With an exclusive car at stake for today's winning contestant. Hold on to your seats, because things are about to get even hotter.
Alright, we begin with nuclear power plants. That is pretty rad. Pretty rad. Power plant race, we begin with something classic. We need to wreck, as you can see, the choose event, the extra event of the episode. As you can see here, it's locked. The next car, we just need 110 credits. We need to wreck 10 more rivals in this episode to unlock the bonus event, just like we did with the previous ones. Sorry. And as you could see, I was using the Ryback Bandit for the helicopter runs in the previous stream. At the end of the stream, in case you missed it, people, we completed all of the events on gold. We are completing everything on gold. As you can see, the stat system of the game, we also paid attention to it, at the complexity of the stat system of the game. We did all of that on Tuesday, so you have there everything. So last time I did all of the races with the Corvette Severus, pretty much, because or Severus, because it has a perfect combination of acceleration, speed, drifting. It has a pretty good recovery rate. I think I'll stick to it because it's pretty much the best one. This one is pretty much the same formula, as you can see. The drifting, it has 6 points there, so let's compare it. This one has 4, but it has a bit more of a strength, so it can survive the explosions a bit better. Though I think that if you're hit kind of like 100%, there isn't an escape from the explosions like that. This one supposedly has perfect drifting, and it has 7 points of speed, I presume. Yeah, 7 points of speed. The one that I'm using has the same 7 points. but it has much better acceleration. Yeah, I think I've been using the best car, pretty much. Because acceleration pretty much determines how fast you'll recover. This one could be better, but the drifting, it's worse. This one could be better. It has more speed, one more point of speed. I wonder if there's one with kind of like perfect speed. And in terms of acceleration, let me see. I'll try to balance the drifting with the total speed. Yeah, pretty much something that is at 9 points of speed. And 9 points of acceleration. Let's see if there's something like that. 9 and 9. And then we can even out the rest. Nothing at all. Pretty much. We talked a lot about a SCAR Supercomputer Animal Racing Simulator on Tuesday with another viewer of the channel, with Kroger. My first game of all time. Pretty similar. When I see this stat system, it's pretty similar. No, pretty much we are. Anyways, the game does scale the cars to the range of the one that you are using, so pretty much it doesn't matter which one I pick at this point, people. And for today, I want to analyze. Yeah, I think it's pretty much the best car, huh? Unless there's something. Well, we still have to progressively unlock the cars as we play, so I think pretty much we have a clear winner with the Corvette Civer's. I don't see anything that gets close to it, because this one could be, it's close, but you lose, you get a bit more of speed instead of acceleration, which is not good, because acceleration will ensure that after the drift, you pretty much recover that speed. So let's use the same car, because as far as I can tell, it's a clear winner, pretty much. And for today's analysis, I want to just as we analyzed the gameplay mechanics yesterday, today I want to establish a link between the gameplay mechanics, the power plays, and the level design. In this case, in the case of this game, which is a racing game, it'll be the track design and everything. Pretty much the level design of Split Second. Just like we analyzed the extension of the terrain and the degree of precision and quality in the case of the RPGs that we analyze on the channel, I want to analyze the track design in the case of this one, which is a racing game, because it's a racing game. So, as you can see, a Split Second has to address some things, first of all, in the case of its level design. Why? Because, as you can see, just like we described on Tuesday, it has a weaponry system going on. That one was amazing. It has a weaponry system going on that you continuously use, because at the end of the day, at its heart, this game, it's a kart racer in the same vein as Mario Kart, Crash Team Racing, Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed. And in terms of the track design, it has a lot of things going on. First of all, as you can see here, you can change the shortcuts actively. That's the first influence of the level design, of the gameplay mechanics on the level design that I wanted to address. So today I wanted to, as I said, cover the level design and then the influence of the gameplay mechanics on it. Why? Because as I've said, it's a kart racer. So kart racer designs are different, track designs are different when compared to just, hey, the lights turn on automatically. That one was close. They're handled differently when compared to racers that are not kart racing games. that don't include the use of weaponry. Think about the Need for Speed series, Gran Turismo, Forza, pretty much all the ones that you know and love. And compare them to Mario Kart, the level design, the track design, people. Think about them for a second. Compare them to Mario Kart, compare them to Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, to Crash Team Racing, to F1 Racing All-Stars. It's another one that we usually don't pay a lot of attention to. Compare them, and what's the difference, people? That in the case of kart racers, the level design is much more influenced by the gameplay mechanics. Why? Because of the weaponry system element that kart racers have. Little Big Planet Karting, I always forget about that one. It's exclusive to the PS3. It pretty much was made following the design philosophy of Mod Nation Racers on the PS3, precisely. Those two, I think I've mentioned them on Tuesday, but they were barely mentioned. Pretty much, hey, amazing nuclear effects there. But yeah, pretty much as you can see, if you think about it, I know it's a pretty abstract topic to talk about. 32 seconds ahead, there was a big explosion back there. Something crazy happened, and there you can see it. In normal kart racers, you could never have that insane amount of advantage if you think about it, people. Because normally you have the blue shell, a gameplay mechanic that I was commenting with Krover on Tuesday, precisely, that the blue shell stops you completely. 32.9 seconds ahead, look at that. That's brutal. That's an advantage that you would normally not get in normal kart racers. Like here you can see the first, this was an easy victory to begin with today. Hey, there's the last one. I think I see him up ahead. There it is. He's still in the previous lap. That was an easy victory, people. That was an easy victory. Pretty much. Well, here you had a perfect example of what we talked about. On Tuesday. Pretty much you can have a much bigger advantage in split second when compared to Blur. Look at that difference. When compared to Blur, Mario Kart, all the classic kart racers. Why? Because the blue shell isn't a thing. The closest thing to the blue shell to establish a comparison is the level 2 power play. Hey, this is Air Revenge. It's when we bring down the helicopter. This is a new mode. Let's try the Ryback Cyclone Special, because it has a bit more of a strength. Because this one, I think we have to send back the missiles to the helicopter according to the description that they made. I don't know if they'll have an informative video. If the game will... No. Wreck the chopper fast to beat the target time. Evade the missiles, so there's missile evasion involved. Drift, jump to fill your power bar. When icons appear, hit a power play button to deflect the missiles. Alright, so Air Revenge, pretty much instead of getting attacked by the helicopter, we will get attacked. We send back the missiles through the use of the power play. So it's a hybrid between... Alright, we can see it up there. Take the chopper down as fast as you can to win this event. Alrighty. Through the use of the power play, right? And the target is to bring down the helicopter in 2 minutes 10 seconds. Dodge the missile waves and drift to win power. When you see a power play with the helicopter, damn it, the drifting of this car is terrible. It has a bit more of a strength, so we should survive a bit more. When you see the power play, I still don't see it. Perfect wave banners. So you can see here the variety. When you see, press the second power play. Alright, the level 2 power play button to kill the helicopter. When do I kill the helicopter? When do I retaliate? Alright. Then we'll get to the level design, people. Analysis. And I was commenting that see how wide the terrain is in some of these tracks when compared to other, when compared to normal racing games. And you'll see that the level design is completely different when we talk about racer, when we talk about normal racing games, and when we talk about kart racers. I don't see the icon yet. I pretty much haven't seen it at all. Ah, you just use it. Ah, damn it, I'm stupid. Right. Alright. No, my bad. There won't be an icon. You have to do it yourself. You have to do it yourself. My bad. You don't have to wait for an icon. It's a button. See, this is the problem for a PC port, for example. Alright, let's try that again. As I was mentioning, the level design of a kart racer is fundamentally different when compared to a normal racing game. When compared to a normal racing game. Like this, I deflect them, and... Alright, it's only one bar. So the normal... Okay. It's a normal... It's only one bar. And with the other one, I took 3 bars. Then how many are there, so I can time that to be perfect? Shit, I feel stupid. Damn it. I didn't mean to do that. Oh no, I lose the balance. No. I see. It has a lot of difficulty involved. Alright. I see. Wait. Okay. Now I see the problem. I see how to... Alright, there was a bit of a learning curve there. Okay. So I need to time everything, so I... Damn it. That could have been evaded. I hate the drifting of this car. I need to be careful, it's not as good as the other one. Perfect wave banners. Okay. Alright, I could have gone for a level 3 power play there, I guess. Deflection. Let's see. Should be 3. 4. Pretty good. Alright, so when you deflect the missiles also contributes to the amount of health that you take from... Damn it, that could have been perfect. Shit. So the level design is totally different in comparison. As you can see how wide the track for this event is. Deflection, here we go. Like this, I'm farming with the drifts and the perfect waves. I'm farming my power level. No, come on, we can do it. Damn it, I couldn't deflect it. Shit, I forced it way too much. Damn it, I lost it. I lost my damn. I hate this. Yeah, choosing this car was a terrible idea. I don't like the drifting mechanics of this car. Shit. Hang on a second. Let's try with a different car. And give me a second, people. Sorry, my bumper was a bit stuck. There, was getting a bit stuck. Let me see. There we go. Let's try that again with our normal car. This one is more squishy, but doesn't matter because we'll be able to evade it. Yeah, I think I'll stick to this car. Straight up. It's the best car to control, even while drifting. Yep, that's a perfect wave right there. And I can farm the drifting as well. There we go. Already. There we go. Let's see. Alright, it's 3 of them. Good. To keep getting attacked as I farm the drifting there, and good. So the level design pretty much of a kart racer is completely different when compared to a pure racing game. Second deflection, amazing. See, I told you. So a matter of not being squishy. It's a matter of evading everything. So okay, that one was close. Alright, it wasn't the perfect way, but there we go. Good. Only one more. I bet this time we'll be able to do it. I don't know if we'll get the perfect score, but it will be pretty close. No. I lost. I mean, that wave was way too powerful. Okay. I see the problem. I forgot that I could... Come on, I just need one more. I mean, I wanted to force it right now. Deflection, let's see. Damn it, yeah, but it wasn't enough. I'll lose first place because of that. Damn it, we'll get second place. We'll try it again at the end of the stream then. As we've been doing. That's it. And here we go. Goodbye, Chopper. There we go. So, precisely as I was mentioning, I'll first take a look at the track design. We'll take a look at the track design today, people. And the first thing that I wanted to address is precisely how different is the track design of a kart racer when compared to a traditional racing game. I will stick to this car. Pretty much this was my mistake. How different it is. How different it is because in a kart racer you have to include hazardous environments. For example, in Mario Kart there's a lot of them. For example, there are some terrains that, for example, I remember a Mario Factory in a track. It's kind of like a factory in which you have some paths that make you go faster and others that make you go slower, and they are right next to each other on the ground. In Mario Kart or in Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, when you have some boosts, like for example, you remember the purple circles if you played that game. So the level design is completely different. We won't do instant replays because they stop the gameplay for now. Then if you want, we can do some instant replays. We can trigger those. So yeah, pretty much, people. You have to take into account the element of hazardous environments, of the placing of the physical weapons, and in the case of a split second it's different because there are no hazardous environments and there's no placing of the physical weapons. So in that sense, because of that, we don't get a pure kart racer design. So we need to look for a different example to establish a comparison. In the case of a split second, the hazardous environments element of the level design is fused. See how interesting it is. With the weaponry system, with the physical placement of the weapons. In this case, they aren't weapons, they are the power plays. For example, that one. That power play was placed there, or this one here. So, as I've said, people, it's incredible that the first conclusion that I wanted, the first element of the level design that I wanted to address, is how Split Second fuses, it combines together two level design elements that are usually completely separated from each other. The physical placement of the weapons on the track, normally in kart racers, the physical placement of those weapons, it's combined, it's fused with the... We need to do a level 2 power play here, huh? Because I got a way too big of an advantage. So we need to trigger the level 2 power play to right away change the whole level design of the track, as you'll see. If there is an option, some tracks don't have that option. But let's hope this one does have it. I need to reserve that. To second place. No, there we go. Power play. Level 2 power play. Let's try that. Everything should explode. There we go. Yeah. Took first place. There we go. See how different it is. So, the physical placement of weapons that we normally see in Mario Kart, Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, and the rest of the kart racers, it's fused with another isolated level design element that we usually see in those games. Careful, because this one made it myself. There we go, that one was close. See, that one's risky. It almost wrecked I almost wrecked myself. Oof. Pretty close there. Pretty close. See how unique that is. See how important this is. Why I chose a car with a better acceleration, because after the drift, what ensures that you recover speed is the acceleration. 0.9 ahead. It's gonna be close. In this game, a second doesn't mean much. When your head bad, looks like our driving skills are perfect. There we go. Yeah, I think I'll stick to this car. pretty much. So, it's incredible how those two elements are fused together. So, the weaponry system, the physical weapons, are part of the hazardous environment level design of the track. So, we get a pretty unique case. That is the first conclusion that I wanted to arrive to. Is it superior or inferior when compared to the traditional kart racer formula, fusing the weaponry system with the hazardous environment element? Is it better or worse to fuse those two elements? Well, the first thing that we can address in this case, what's the type of the race? Warehouse trip. It's a survival. It's a survival with a track. Okay, so if it's a survival with a track, well, but anyways, red barrels kill you in one blow here. I know they don't. Maybe they don't kill you in one blow. I'll try the. Let's try an approach with more strength. I think it was this one. No, not this one. The Ryback Bandits. Could it be? Or the Coyote? I think it was the Coyote, the one with the best strength that I remember that I used to beat all of the races on Tuesday. I think it was a Ryback Bandit, or the Coyote. Where's the Coyote? These ones I don't know why they are. I think this is bugged as part of the mod, that they are all the same here, but as you can see the stats do change. They are not the same car, people. It's just that the motor just made them all render the same, probably due to constraints. An exclusive version of the Ryback Coyote. I think we use this one, huh? Let's try just to see if the car actually it's rendered like that, or if it's it crashes. All right, I see it now. Those cars are bugged. Okay. So the mod does have a problem. All right, quite interesting. So the mod does have a problem. Right there, see here this F1 race stars that I also recommend to you people if you like kart racers. All right. So let's not pick those cars. Okay. So those are bugged somehow. Okay. So the mod did have a problem. By the way, when I mentioned the mod on Tuesday, I said Clover Edition. It's actually Cyber Edition. Cyber Edition. Just to be explicit, not the second B of the alphabet, the V. At the end of it. So Cyber Edition. I wrote it on Discord in case you're interested, but in case you are not part of the Discord server, and because I because I mentioned that on Tuesday if you're watching this as a YouTube bot, you're not part of the Discord server or whatever. I wrote it there, but well. Look at that, it got recorded, perfect. So, we're doing this one, and... Alright, I see the... And here, what about here? Maybe it just affects the in-between races. Yeah, it only affects the in-race. That's why I didn't see it the other day. Because, okay. It only affects the in-race menu. Okay, it doesn't affect this one. Doesn't affect this one. Okay. It's a, yeah, it's a small bug by the modder, but well, by the modders. What? We should be thankful, people, that we can ever play this majestic version of it. The bandit here. Alright. So I have to select them from here. Okay. When I want to pick those first cars. Okay. I get the point, people. I get the point. Come on, we've already spent enough time with this. I want another race. Where was it? I think it was this one. Let's just pick the Rebel Bandit. Let's just pick this one. It has pretty good strength. Alright. So pick them from the menu if you go with the Cyber edition or the Cyber mod of it. Pass as many as you can. Rig drops good barrels. Okay, there we go. So you know the drill, people. We need to keep up the combo, not get killed by the barrels. Yeah, I think this one definitely wasn't the car that I used on Tuesday to be so successful. Track overtake, there we go, we need to keep that up. Blue barrels will slow you down, red ones will kill you. That's a pretty interesting... The drifting there, it's terrible. Oh, damn it, almost. Also, it's way too slow. Interesting. Nice try. I saw through that one. Right, it's much more difficult. Shit, I shouldn't have done that. To the left. There we go. To the left, there we go. Yeah, if you are faster, you have the advantage that you can overtake the tracks faster, so it's quite balanced. And like this, you can... I think I can pretty much survive at least one assault of them. Alright, quite interesting. At this point, we have to measure if either speed or strength, which one is more efficient at surviving these assaults. This one's don't worry, they'll slow me down. Pretty good, pretty solid. First try was a good choice. The Ryback Bandit. It was Ryback Bandit. I need to remember the name. All right, here we go. So as I was mentioning, going back to the levels, and the first element that I wanted to address is that both of those are fused. The physical weapon placement that we usually see in traditional kart racer systems. Alright, straight for the elite race. Let's go back to our trusty Corvette Severus. What the? It crashed again! This is getting interesting. This is definitely getting interesting. I don't know what the fuck's going on now. What on earth is going on? This game shouldn't crash at all. It shouldn't crash at all. What's going on? It may have to do with dual screens, now that I think of it. Now what? The same thing that... Don't tell me that old games all crash like Secret 2. Ah, god damn it. No. You could see that we played for 4 hours on Tuesday, and that didn't happen. It happened the second I chose those cars. Alright, let's try that. Fortunately, it saves instantly, so... There's nothing lost in the middle. In between races. What the? This is the last thing I need. The crash... the curse of the crash follows us, people. All right. Going back to the level design analysis, the game goes for a unique system that fuses the physical placement of the weapons with the hazardous environments that we usually see in Mario Kart. So the fact that you pick the blue shell or the green shell or the red shell or the mushroom or whatever in Mario Kart is fused with the hazardous environment of, for example, in Mario Kart precisely, falling. Damn it, I killed myself and everyone else at the same time. So, damn it, I failed. That's some pretty good artificial intelligence variation there. There we go, amazing soundtrack, the Elite Race soundtrack. See how the soundtrack will gradually unfold. Oh, 5 seconds to first place. Need to be careful. There we go, amazing drift. Looks like the one that's first is getting a huge advantage. See, this is the other end. That one was close. The other end of being first, kind of like, oof. Like, you rely on the power plays to survive those attacks. I think through here there are less hazards, less power plays. So pretty much the power play is a posh naming convention, a unique gameplay mechanic that the developers came up with. That basically, perhaps I should have changed the routes, because if they do it, they are gonna wreck it. They are gonna wreck me instantly. Took second place, that one's a classic. I can also see that's a perfect influence of the gameplay mechanics on the level design. I could crash the guy, I could crash into the other car and until I got him to get wrecked. Pretty unique. Also, the fact that we don't have a minimap in this game is quite amazing, because in Mario Kart you do have that. But here you don't have a minimap. There are two missing UI elements that are quite curious. Let's do it. Ah, that one killed me last time. It won't do it this time in the previous chapter. Ah, look at that. But now the track is different. Oh, there's a bit of track recycling here. They're kind of like combined versions of previous tracks that we played on Tuesday. So interesting, people. There you have a shortcut. Another amazing level design influence that we'll all take into account. Hang on a second. Sorry, I need to scratch my my eyes. I need to scratch my eyes for a sec there. Alright. So the weaponry system, the physical weaponry system, is fused with the environmental hazards element of the level design. So we have two level design elements combined into one called the power play system. So when I trigger a power play, I make use of the weaponry system of the game, while also making use of the environmental system of the game. I have control over the environmental system of the game. Ah, look at that! There's a second phase of that. Look at that. Now now it goes down there, and boom! Different second track. It's a different track now. I terraformed the track twice during the same race. That's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. The mastery of the level design required to achieve that degree of giving that degree of control to the player and creating that amazing degree of variety in terms of the level design. It's absolutely amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Because as you could see, I could change the track twice during the same race. during the same race. By the way, I'm playing on hard. That might be something that we need to address, the difficulty of the campaign. Complete 6 rounds of the season champion. Alright, we're halfway there. We're progressing way too fast for my taste. Maybe the how easy the campaign is might be the first flaw that we encounter, and the most prominent one. Alright, let's get to the next chapter. You can choose threshold break. So far I've been choosing the right one. So let's pick the left one this time.
Next time on Split Second.
Bridge explosions? Could it be? Yeah, pretty much. Quite amazing. Let's get into it, people. Let's get into it. The length of the campaign might be my second point that I'm going to criticize, because we are roughly 50% through it, but I think the difficulty will ramp up soon enough. Faster than you might expect it, people. Let's see the caveat of this episode.
Split Second.
The caveat of this campaign, of this episode. Bridge explosions. Alright. Alright, we already have the elite race unlocked, because we are that good. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Straight up. So, the second element, as I mentioned, besides those two of the level design, besides the combination, the fact that the power play combines the physical weaponry system of traditional kart racers with the environmental hazards, the second one that I want to take a look at is the pretty much the track design, people, and how versatile it is. As you could see, this is a normal race, right? No elimination, nothing. New track. As you can see, the track variety, it's quite good, because you have partial variety, as you could see there, that the tracks pretty much change with the triggers of the level 2 power plays. That one was quite interesting. But also we have a pretty good variety. I think there's what are they? 20 tracks. I think the game has 20 tracks, including the DLC ones. Pretty much. It has 20 tracks, but it's amazing that this is pretty much the only game in which you can change the track straight up. It's a unique element that pretty much you won't see in any other game, as far as I can tell. Because, people, think about it. Generally, you cannot change the track itself through the use of the weaponry system. I think it's unique to this game. So, in terms of the innovation category of the analysis related to the level design, it's absolutely... Damn it, I thought you could get through there. It's absolutely unique because... in Mario Kart, in Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, in Crash Team Racing, in all traditional kart racers, you cannot change the terrain. You cannot change the terrain pretty much. And that adds an insane amount of variety if you think about it. For example, here, I can change the shortcut. So we're talking about changing the fact that the game does include shortcuts, like in Mario Kart doesn't include shortcuts generally. I think pretty much what were those doing? They were going in reverse. They were going in reverse. What happened there? So Mario Kart, Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, all those games do include some kind of shortcut system. So this game does have a shortcut system, but it's influenced by the gameplay mechanics. There we go, nuclear plant down. Get ready, people. Wow. See, for example, I effectively changed the track. It's such an ambitious idea that we don't see anymore. No, not so fast. Oh, things are going to oof. Damn it. That one is getting ahead of us. Come on, let's draft. The drafting length is pretty good, by the way. Damn it. That was a that was nasty. I had that in the bag. I had this race in the bag, damn it. Damn it. Come on, let me trigger something. No, that was so uncalled for. He won in the last second. God damn it. God damn it. Pretty close. But well, you get the point, people. The fact that you can change the whole level design of the course, of the track, it's amazing. The fact that you can affect the shortcuts, the influence of the gameplay mechanics on the level design, it's probably the best integration ever seen. Because, as I've said, in Mario Kart, you cannot change the track through the use of that. We'll stick to the Corvette Severus. And what the... God damn it. I'm beginning to think that this didn't happen on... This never happened on this never happened on Tuesday. What's going on? What on earth is going on? This game isn't supposed to crash at all, people. It's not supposed to crash at all. What's going on? What on earth is going on? I'm beginning to think that two screens affect older games now. I'll begin to think that because it's the only explanation. What's going on? Maybe it's my sound system, my surround sound system. Or what? Or G-Sync, I don't know. Maybe G-Sync causes that. What's going on? Just to be clear, people, I've streamed for 3 years and it's the first time I see this behavior. Has to do with modding, perhaps. Oh well. Not something to fret about. That's weird because... No, the weird thing is that on Tuesday it didn't crash. Well, I mean, today Twitch doesn't work. The game crashes. What the fuck? Well, damn it. Alright, it's the same as before. Alright, helicopter revenge. Let's do it. So, I think the game has a perfect integration of the level design. It has the tightest integration of the level design and the gameplay mechanics. Because, for example, see here, see how narrow this part of the track is. And according to the mode, in this mode, for example, the narrow level design of the course works against the player because you don't have a lot of room to evade the missiles. I mean, that one was close. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't a perfect way, but... Perfect wave banners, there we go. If you wait up until the end, I think you deal more damage or something like that. Yes, we survived. Good. Too slow? What? Here's a too slow for you. Eat your missiles. What do you mean too slow? I'm going as fast as I can. I'm because I'm drifting. Because that's needed because I need to farm the waves. Here we go. That's it. We win. Easy first try. Easy first try. There we go. See how interesting the integration of the gameplay mechanics and the level design is precisely. But we'll get to that by the end of the stream. As a second element, precisely how narrow and how wide. Hey, we got a new car. Good. How narrow or how wide the track design is. It's also quite interesting because, well, I wanted to leave it for the end of the stream, but it is directly influenced by the gameplay mechanics because, as you can see, people, is when I choose the car from that menu. It's that menu. I have to kind of like exit the race and then choose it again. I have to exit the race and choose it again. Maybe that's the reason. Because it's since I chose that that weird car that wasn't rendered at the beginning. Quite interesting. So the model does have a huge problem with that. So I need to quit and then re-enter. Let's try that. That's a problem with that, with rendering those models. Okay. I get you. I've dealt with worse things. At least maybe this one's avoidable. Because it's the only difference that we did on Tuesday. Pretty much. Alright, that's the thing. So once you finish a race, you get out, choose the car, and get back in like this. Okay. Let's do it, people. Let's do it like this. Okay. We need to exit and re-enter. This one's a classic race. So as I was mentioning, see how when we have narrow tracks, the helicopter runs are more difficult, and see how when we have also the track races are also more difficult. The ones that drop the barrels and that kill you, they are more difficult. But for normal races, the tracks are a variation, are an incredible variation of wide and narrow sections. As you can see, they have some. That one was interesting. I almost killed myself. Damn it. I didn't have enough power. It wasn't filled enough as to trigger the shortcut. Okay. Let's do it. For example, here you can fall. So there you have a pure hazard environment that is not a power play. Ooh, quite interesting. Quite interesting. And it's amazing that you have to consider this, people. All of the level design elements that we will analyze, that I've been analyzing, they are combined with the crash mechanic, because in this game, in Mario Kart, you get directly attacked by the weaponry system. Like you get wrecked, in a sense. You cannot get wrecked. You cannot respawn. Directly, you lose the speed and acceleration. In this game, you can get wrecked and you respawn. Alright, I know how to look back with Y. It was pretty much the only button that I wasn't using, so... Hey, there we go. Triple wreck. Power play. What the... Everything's going to shit. See the beauty of this game? Straight... What the? You wreck newer? There we go. Pretty close. How about that one? Oof, I could barely see there. Unavoidable. Nice one by the AI. Pretty much unavoidable. Hey, we have only 2 laps here. Close one. Those were perfect physics. See why you require this mod, because that one, I don't think it would have worked. It was kind of like a split second. There was kind of like a split second left for... Oof, close one. For that shortcut to stop working. How about that one? I love that one. I killed myself. Good. Good. Fortunately, I killed some more of them. Luckily, I couldn't fall here. Alright. Final lap. We need... but the course is a bit longer here. Careful. Let's use the drafting mechanic. Let's see. Can kill them like that. How about this? This one, I remember this one from last time. Ha, I knew how to skip that one. You had to go hard to the right. Damn it! Nice rubber banding there. In terms of the artificial intelligence, I didn't calculate that power play correctly. Anyways, it was risky. How about this one? That one might do the trick. Or not. Damn it. The game is getting harder. Look at that, they are beginning to evade more of the power plays. See, for example, now I can't trigger any more power plays. That's bad for me. Look at that, the difficulty of the game is beginning to kick in. Try that one, and this one. Good. Almost there. Ah, I couldn't kill him. Damn it, I couldn't wreck that one. Shit. The artificial intelligence got a difficulty spike. We see a clear difficulty spike. I was easily able to kill all of these guys previously, in my previous attempts. Qualified for the bonus event, good, whatever. And now let me exit so the game doesn't crash. Let's test our theory. Let's go with continue. And instead of moving to that event, let's use tab to change episode. Let's see. It should work. It's working. It's working. It's definitely working. Maybe this fixes the issue, and then we can keep going from one episode to the other one, from one race inside of an episode to the other one. It did work. It did work. So we qualified for the Detonator Corbetti Pursuit Challenge. There we go. So yes, people, the level design elements. As for the rest, it does include, let's say, classic hazardous environments like the one you just saw. You can fall off a canyon in some of the tracks. In others, no, you cannot. They are kind of like closed. And pretty much, there are, let's say, traditional hazardous elements and exclusive hazardous elements that, as I've said, they are fused with the weaponry system of the game. Here, all of the explosions are gonna trigger automatically because it's a challenge. There's also another thing that I want to address in terms of the level design that is related to the graphics category of the analysis. The relationship between the graphics and the level design. In this game, all of that amazing smoke that you've seen, like this, all of the amazing it pretty much has the best particle effects you will find ever in any racing game, pretty much. The particle effects were so ahead of its time for 2010. That one didn't trigger. Now they are playing, they're psychologically toying with the player. The particle effects block the range of vision of the player when all of those explode. And they play a role. It's an interesting and unique case in which the first try, there we go, amazing, first try, Ducati challenge, first try. This one took me a lot on Tuesday. This one took me a lot on Tuesday, the last challenge in which you cannot choose a car. There we go, first try. We got that good, yeah. It's interesting, the relationship. See how the particle effects and the dust blocks the range, the vision range of the player. You can see it perfectly in the pursuit challenges, like that one. This one is airport terminal elimination. Let's get out and let's no, it was continue, then tab to change the episode so it doesn't crash, I guess. It didn't happen to me previously, but since I chose that weird non-rendered car, it happened to me. Let's see. Let's analyze the behavior of the modded version. Let's see if it works again, so we can establish a constant. See, this is my developer mind debugging code. Let's see. Pretty much. So it has a much better. Let's get to the second element that I wanted to get to. The integration of the gameplay mechanics, the degree of integration. Due to this first element of the level design, since they are fused, is the highest degree of efficiency in terms of the integration of of the gameplay mechanics on the level design that will ever be created for any racing game. Probably ever, unless we have a split second too. Because pay attention to what happens, people. Empirical evidence, pretty much. I trigger the power plays through the influence of an economic system that is determined by my pure racing skills through drafting, as you can see down there. Drafting, drifting, etc. So an economic system is in place, something unique, that feeds that power play system, the weaponry system of the game. This is an elimination race. Every 20 seconds, the last one gets eliminated. It's like the knockout racing Need for Speed, knockout race elimination. You pick the naming convention. So pretty much that's the idea. Those calls, for example, there, all of those, the pure racing skills, in this case the escape skills of the player, they all feed the economic element of the weaponry system of the game. So we have a perfect integration that we analyzed on Tuesday. But not only that, let's look at the gameplay mechanics integration within the level design. As I've said, through triggering the power plays, the end result is that normal power plays, like this one, they don't change the terrain. They are the pure weaponry system of the game. But there are others, for example, the shortcuts that you've been looking at me do. For example, this one, this is a perfect example. This is a level 2 switch route power play. Look at this. See how the track was through there, through the right. And see how I now changed the track completely. This is a unique level design element, people, if you think about it. Because it completely changes the course. It's a different course. Or for example, see, this is a pure power play. This one doesn't affect the course. It doesn't have an integration of the gameplay mechanics with the level design. It doesn't change the level design. It's a pure gameplay element. The weaponry system, part of the weaponry system. Damn it! No. Damn it! Danger! No. This game loves to do this. Power play? Damn it! I was way too slow. I feel stupid now. Damn it! I feel stupid now. Yeah, but it's amazing how here you have the perfect example. Since I triggered all of the explosions, by the end of this second or third lap, I didn't have any more power plays left. See how by the end of a race in this game, by the end of the second lap or the third lap, let's see if it doesn't crash. Let's see, let's test our theory if it fixed the problem. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. I shouldn't have chosen that shitty car at the beginning. It's the one that triggered all of this shit. Alright. We will have to exit the episode and go back into it. Alright, I get the point. Quite interesting. So you could see it, people. In an elimination race, see how the level design, the gameplay modes, which is the next element that I wanted to analyze, of the race, influence the gameplay mechanics, because here I didn't have any more explosion left, and any more power plays left, and by the end of the race, the pure racing skill portion of the gameplay mechanics becomes more predominant than the initial power play weaponry system mechanics. So it's amazing. Well, I know what to do. We'll keep playing, exiting the chapter, and keep doing it like that. Probably there was something in the notes of the mod, probably to not choose those non-rendered cars, I guess. So, and I didn't read it clearly or something like that. We go to the elite race. Final race of this episode, people. Quite interesting. This is a normal race. Normal Elite race. And here we go. So yeah, as you could see, I could change the routes and also the shortcuts. For example, see how I could create shortcuts? That's a brilliant mechanic. Because it's a perfect influence of the gameplay mechanics on the level design. That's the key to success of this game. Precisely, I was waiting to combine both elements of the analysis that I mentioned on Tuesday and I'm mentioning now. On Tuesday, the gameplay mechanics. You wrecked yourself. Sorry, I want you to scratch my nose. Sorry. You could see how the game has the formula for success of this game is that it has the highest degree of integration of these two elements of the gameplay mechanics with the level design. It's probably the racing game with the highest degree of integration of the gameplay mechanics with the level design. Why? Because of what I've been mentioning. Because it combined together the traditional weaponry system of kart racers with the possibility of allowing the player to influence the level design that the developers originally created for the game. In other words, people, the fact that you can change the shortcuts, the fact that you can change the whole course of this game and everything, that you can affect through the use of the power play system, it's absolutely mind-boggling because it's the highest degree of integration of the gameplay mechanics on the level design that you'll ever see in any racing game. That's the brilliant formula that Split Second brings to the table that no other racing game has. Because in kart racers, let's use, as I said, empirical evidence. In normal kart racers, you cannot do this. Well, I killed myself there, but well, that was terrible. In normal kart racers, you pretty much cannot have such a high degree of influence on the level design through the use of the gameplay mechanics. The weaponry doesn't affect all of the elements that we can see that are being affected here. And that's taken for granted in all of the analysis for this game. That's why it's so underrated, and why so many people consider this the one of the most, if not the most underrated racing game of all time. Because the degree of integration, but generally we cannot reach the logic behind that. Because as I always say, analyses are subjective. And when we change the focus of the analysis from the subject, from the object to the subject, to our mental perception, and we ignore metaphysical reality, it's impossible to reach this logical conclusion, people. That the logical reason why Split Second, and precisely what I wanted to get to yesterday on Tuesday, but I didn't. Hey, we're first. Everyone was wrecked, pretty much. That's amazing. See how dynamic it is? How incredibly dynamic it is. Incredibly dynamic. That's it. Easy. We were last, and now we're first. Quite amazing. So, it's that element, that logical, objective element, that doesn't have to do with the... It doesn't have to do with my mental perception of the game, people. As I always mention, this is a gaming mouse because of... Well, we'll use a joystick this time. This is a joystick, not a chair or a table, because it's a specific combination of molecules and particles that simply isn't a chair. It's not because of my mental perception. And just like that, a Split Second has a unique integration of the level design with the gameplay mechanics, and of the gameplay mechanics with the level design, vice versa. But pretty much you can see how through the use of the power play system, Scorched Rubber, clean up. Let's go for clean up because I saw this one previously.
Next time. No one said being a competitor in split second was glamorous work.
It's a perfect integration of those two elements. Because as you could see, I can change the shortcuts, the player can change the shortcuts, the complete track morphology of it, everything. That's a degree of control that normally you don't get in normal kart racers. It's a higher degree of integration of the gameplay mechanics on the level design, if you think about it, people. Something that I always talk about when analyzing games. Precisely.
Second, watch out for sewage and dirty tactics in the Storm Train.
The Storm Train? Alright, there we go. So yes, basically, I wanted to highlight this today because it's something that reviewers don't pay attention to, and it's the very logical reason why this game it's so loved by the racing community. It's so underrated. Generally, it's considered as such. Because of that, no one ever gets to the logical reason because of this. In case you want a more in-depth explanation of my metaphysical system of analyzing games, watch the first section of the playthrough. I included in the first chapter on Tuesday. I included the explanation. But basically, there's a logical reason behind the high abstract complexity of designing a game like this, which is that, hey, it has different, this is at night, quite amazing. The track, it has a weather factor in, quite interesting. So now we're racing at night, quite amazing. And look at that, the drafting is different, it's now blue instead of red. Quite interesting. Amazing artistic design there. They had no reason to change the color of the drafting animation, but they did it. So it's a higher degree of complexity. The logical reason why this game is so underrated, the logical reason, which is the purpose of my analysis, to get to the logical reason, is the high degree of integration of the gameplay mechanics in the level design. Because it's the only racing game in which you can influence the level design through the gameplay mechanics. And that's unique. It's unique. It brings a lot of innovation to the table. So here you can see it. They chose to go through. They chose that shortcut. I mean, that route. It's not a shortcut. And I chose this one. And as you can see, it has a lot of variety. This is typical from kart racers, having several routes. Something that you won't see, for example, in Forza Motorsport and in traditional pure realistic racing games, because they follow the sport, the real sport, and pretty much there that would be the cheating. But here, that is incorporated into the formula. For example, I need to build up, I need to farm my... It's incredible how it also implements, for example, in terms of the integration of the gameplay mechanics on the level design, it incorporates the concept of farming drifts, of farming drafting, of farming different pure skill gameplay mechanics, thanks to the economic system of the game. It brings the concept of farming to a racing game, so it's amazing. It's another RPG element that we would normally not see in normal racing games. Precisely because, damn it, the first one escaped. I managed to wreck the third one and the second one. But the first one is getting away. Oof. That one was unavoidable pretty much. Damn it. The first one's getting away. So the concept of getting a much bigger advantage as well. As you can see here, exists. See that the first one got away. And in normal kart racers, generally the first one, the one who's first, the leader of the pack, cannot get away a lot because of the blue shell mechanic that we were discussing on Tuesday. See, for example, here, I ended up 5th. This is disgusting. But well, you could see that the first one got away pretty easily, because this track didn't have a level 2 power play. So it was pretty much impossible to get to him. It was pretty much impossible. Let's retry this one. Generally, I don't restart, but in this case, we didn't even get to 3rd place. So pretty much, we want to at least have a podium. So yes, people. It incorporates the concept of farming. See, for example, here I'm farming the drift to trigger the power plays. That's thanks to the fact that the game incorporates the concept of economy. See how interesting the gameplay element that we analyzed on Tuesday is. It incorporates the concept of farming on the fly like this to have access to the power plays. That adds on top of the abstract complexity of the gameplay mechanics that you would normally get in a lot of kart racers. So there you have a perfect example. You also have the example of getting away. So as I've said, since the effectiveness of the power plays isn't 100% with the blue shell and everything, it's a game that gives a much more predominant proportion to the... Shit, that one was unavoidable. A much more predominant proportion to the pure racing skills of the player, of evading the attacks. For example, here, see, 8 seconds to 1st place. That's pretty much... It's impossible to come up with a comeback. Shit. Even less if this keeps going. Shit. Double. I think I spawned right at the place where the power play was triggered. So it's impossible without the level 2 power play. And there you have another influence of the level design on the gameplay mechanics. For example, that one was a trap. Pretty much. Another perfect influence in tracks in which you don't have access to a level 2 power play that completely changes the terrain. In those, it's far easier to get ahead of the pack and retain that advantage kind of like forever, pretty much. So the dynamism between the power plays and the level design is different according to the track. Some tracks involve level 2 power plays and are more balanced, and those like this one are more difficult because, as you can see, I cannot rely on the power plays to completely get rid of them. Maybe this one will work. Maybe this one is kind of like the only one. But they were more scarce in this track, for example, as you could see. And see, I didn't even get I only got one. The other two are up ahead there. And they are much more difficult to reach. It's a much more inertial system, to use a precise denomination. The inertia of the advantage is much bigger in these tracks. Damn it, they got ahead of me pretty fast. Damn it. Sorry, people. We'll have to restart this one again because it's a See, I told you that there was going to be a difficulty spike sooner than later. I told you that there was going to be a difficulty spark sooner than later. Give me a second, people. I need to go to the bathroom. Give me a sec, and we'll begin with this one. Alright, here we are. Sorry, I forgot to do that right before starting the stream. Sometimes it happens, or sometimes I have no time. Today, for example, I forgot. Alright, let's go on, people. As I was mentioning, as you can see, because of all of these elements, this game has a perfect integration of the level design and the gameplay mechanics. Hey, what's going on? Don't tell me that you are not gonna work as well. Hello? Where's the game? Streamer, where's the game? Yeah, the streamer is asking the game, where's the game? Split second, where's your... Can I close it? What the? This may be related to the crash. What the? Yeah, looks like all today this game does have a problem with this. See why it's always important to configure your task manager to be on top. You do it from options. You do it from options, and from there you can order your task manager to always be on top. That's why it's always important, because otherwise, if it wasn't like that, you cannot escape that loop and you have to restart the system. So I was mentioning a perfect integration of the level design on the gameplay mechanics. If you think about it, it's the highest degree of integration of any kart racer ever, people, because I cannot think of a single kart racer in which you completely change the terrain through the use of the main weaponry system that it has at all. Like, it's absolutely unique to Split Second, as far as I can tell. I don't remember any other game. I can't remember any other game that does that. Alright, so fifth, we cannot have that. It does record the color of the card that I choose. So let's choose this one. And now I want to get into another element. That perfectly integrates within the level design system of the game. Just like in Mario Kart, you cannot crash, you can fall off a cliff or a mushroom. That is shared between this game and Mario Kart. But this one has another unique element, which is the crash mechanic. Inherited, presumably, from the Burnout series, right? So I wanted to, as the next element of the level design, I wanted to take a look at the integration of that mechanic. So while in Mario Kart you get stopped 100% through the use of the weaponry system, in this game the weaponry system isn't 100% effective. It will pretty much confront with the pure racing skills, of the player to evade the power plays. And yeah, remember that this game wasn't that easy. It wasn't that easy. They are beginning to survive the power plays. They are beginning to behave like in a multiplayer, like players in a multiplayer match, and they are beginning to get the advantage like that. There you can begin to see the beauty of this game. See that one? It's impossible to get him. Oof! And the ones behind me are doing that. Let's see. That one? Good. Perfect wreck. It brings the wrecking mechanic, the crashing mechanic. In this game you lose, but you respawn You respawn not by also by falling off a canyon or a cliff, but 99% of the time this will be, that one was unavoidable, they changed the shortcut, like this. You will be wrecked due to the use of the power place. And it incorporates the concept of crashing like that. So that increases the emphasis on the pure racing skill of the player, if you think about it, because it's directly related. Because the only way you can crash and be wrecked and respawn in this game is by kind of like crashing head-on. The side of your car pretty much doesn't have an influence. You can, if you crash with the side of your car. The problem is when you crash with the front of your car, and crashing with the front of your car or not is directly related to the pure racing skill portion of the gameplay mechanics, if you think about it. So it's amazing see how perfectly integrated the gameplay mechanics and the level design of this game are. Because as I've said, the pure race through the use of the pure racing skills are an intrinsic portion, which is much more prominent than the normal weaponry system that you see in. Yeah, I can see that this route, I shouldn't take this route because it's terrible, and it's the reason why we've been losing. It's because of that shitty route, because I was first and I ended up almost last. I can see, this is the kart racer influence of this game. Damn it. This episode 8, it's definitely a difficulty spike. I am being forced to restart much more. So we can see that the other, we'll take the other route from now on. Damn it, I was so close. Alright, well, the gameplay is smooth and beautiful, so I could play this game endlessly. Not a problem. There we go, we close the gates and pretty much everyone died at first. 5 wrecks! That's something you don't see every day. 5 wrecks. Full house. If we were playing a dice game. That's a full house. If we were playing Gwent in The Witcher. Pretty amazing card game, by the way, there. Gwent. I remember that when I played Fable 2, Fable 2 had blackjack, and Gwent kind of like in terms of the creativity, it's pretty similar to playing that blackjack or that poker or whatever. I don't know about casino games. I think it was called blackjack or something like that. And Gwent is pretty similar to that one, with the dice rolls and everything. Alright, we know which route not to take. But it doesn't have hazards, the other route. That's the thing. Maybe it's better for the first lap, but not that good for the second one. Close. Damn it, the rubber banding is getting nasty. Good. That's always positive, people. Remember, difficulty always enhances replayability, and replayability always enhances the psychological sense of progression on the player's mind. Pretty much. Yeah. Right in the nick of time. With only a split second, with only a single split second for that route, for that shortcut to be closed. So the crushing mechanic, incorporating the crushing mechanic of Burnout, totally changes the gameplay mechanics, because the main way you get an advantage in terms of the pretty long drift there, good. The main way you get an advantage in kart racers is through the pure use of the weaponry system, if you think about it, people. You just trigger the weapon, and since there's a 100% probability guaranteed of killing, not stopping the player, not making the player respawn, because in kart racers in Mario Kart that's exclusive to environmental hazards like falling off a canyon or whatever. Well, in traditional kart racers, that's exclusive to the. I don't know why my nose is. It's so itchy today. Well, in traditional kart racer, damn it! No! You are not doing that again. You are not doing that again. No! You are not doing that again. That one was close. Yeah, definitely. There's a difficulty spike here. Well, in traditional kart racers, that is achieved through the environmental hazards. In split second, the respawn mechanic is triggered through the gameplay mechanics of the game. See how the integration of the level design is completely different. It has a much higher degree of efficiency, and uniqueness when compared to the traditional kart racer system. Definitely a difficulty spike here, huh? We could see that the rubber band of the artificial intelligence was getting much better there. It was right behind me. So, pretty good. That's another thing that I wanted to highlight today, because it's part of the gameplay mechanics, but it's right there midway between that and the level design. The artificial intelligence in this game, pretty much on hard difficulty, has a pretty good rubber band artificial AI, for short. And pretty much, if you think about it, people, rubber banding, it's a delicate issue, a delicate matter that is central, it's essential in all racing games. In Split Second, you can see that it's quite balanced, because you will have some races in which the artificial intelligence will pose a challenge. Like you could see in the previous one, it took me some tries to get first place, and even so, notice that the important thing, that one was unavoidable pretty much, that was perfectly timed. You could perfectly see that they were right behind me, in that previous race, and it took me some tries. There, you can see how well balanced the rubber banding is. I will, as a direct comparison, I wanted to cite Mod Nation Racers. In Mod Nation Racers and Forza Horizon 1, those two games, but Mod Nation Racers is another kart racer that is pretty amazing. See, for example, here you can see another perfect influence of the level design on the gameplay mechanics. There you can see that of the gameplay on the level design, sorry, the other way around. You can change the shortcuts here in this game through the use of the power plays. It's embedded, the mutation of the level design, it's embedded within the gameplay mechanics through the use of the power play system. It's not just that I can wreck my opponents like what we analyzed on Tuesday, it's that I can modify the level design, both partially through level 1 power plays like that one, when you have a shortcut, and through the level 2 power plays, when I directly change the whole course. You can see the degree of freedom that the developers of this game grant the player, and that has a lot of consequences, because the first one being that the abstract complexity of the level design is much higher than in traditional kart racers. Precisely because of that. Think of it from the developer standpoint, from the developer viewpoint, people. What's easier, to create a static course? What's easier, to create a static course with static physical weapon placements on that course, the traditional system that we see in all kart racers pretty much ever, from Mario Kart to Crash Bandicoot to Crash Team Racing or Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed? Or is it more difficult in terms of the abstract complexity of the level design to create a game with this unique power play system, in which, ignoring the uniqueness of the gameplay mechanics because we're focusing on the level design, in which we give the player the freedom of mutating the level design that we originally planned for said course. See how interesting and how abstract it gets. And when we establish a comparison, the result is that creating a game in which we give the player, a racing game, in which we give the player the abstract complexity, we hand it to the player, the abstract complexity of changing the level design. It's much more complex if you think about it, people. It's much more complex because, for example, it can potentially negatively affect a lot of variables. Which variables, Eraser, you must be wondering? The difficulty curve, for example, the interaction between the level design and the gameplay mechanics, the very influence. This one is the most interesting probably out of the bunch, and I wanted to introduce this element. This game also influences, through this mutation of the level design, it establishes a relationship between the graphics and the level design. Something quite rare, weird, unique. What am I referring to, people, precisely? What am I referring to? Have you noticed that when I trigger a power play, it's probably the most subtle interaction that two elements of the analysis will have, probably in any racing game ever, if we think deeply about it. Have you noticed that when I trigger a power play, the cloud of dust blocks the visual range of the player through the perfect use of the particle effects? When the nuclear plants go down, when the bridges are exploded, when we drop the bombs and everything with all of the power plays, not in the case of the shortcuts, of the level 1 shortcuts generally, but yes in the case of the level 2 power plays that I'll get to in a second. But let's think about the normal power play. See how all of those particles, all of that massive cloud of dust blocks the visual range of the player and plays a role in ensuring that the player crashes, or not, if the player has pretty good pure racing skills. But see how interesting it is. The initial crash mechanic that I mentioned at the beginning of a level design analysis today, see how the crash mechanic is being influenced, the crash mechanic, the fact that in this game you don't respawn only due to hazardous environments like falling off a canyon or a cliff, which the game does have, which are the exclusive element of traditional kart racers. For example, in Mario Kart you can fall off a cliff, but you cannot respawn due to the use of a weapon in Mario Kart. You can only respawn if you fall off a cliff. The environmental element that we were talking about at the beginning of the analysis. Damn it. That was pretty much unavoidable, people. See the beauty of the game. How the influence of the gameplay mechanics on the level design trigger a unique loop. You cannot change shortcuts like that in most kart racers. So, as I was mentioning, the crash mechanic serves a direct purpose. Because the crash mechanic, the fact that this game inherits the crash mechanic from Burnout, it's pretty much the only and exclusive reason why a player can respawn from the use of the weaponry system of the game, and that's unique to this game. In Mario Kart, let's get to the empirical evidence. I trigger any weapon, even the most lethal ones, like the blue shell, and I won't respawn. I'll stop in place, but I won't respawn. In this game, respawning as a concept, as an abstract concept, is directly tied to the inherited gameplay element of crashing that is inherited from Burnout, from the Burnout series. In the Burnout series you can crash, but you don't have the weaponry system. So this is a hybrid solution between the crash system of Burnout and a kart racer. But see how abstract the complexity goes, because crashing crashing is not directly related. Think about it. I know it's an extremely abstract concept, people, but if you think about it, it's absolutely majestic. Crashing as a gameplay element that causes a respawn is directly linked to the influence of the graphics on the level design. Because think about the ink, the I don't know how it's called, the weapon in Mario Kart, the squid that pretty much fills the whole screen and you can barely watch through it with the ink. That mechanic can cause the player to lose speed, to crash, but it won't cause the player to crash. Sorry, it will cause the player to lose speed, to drift, to not be as efficient in terms of the pure racing skill, and have that disadvantage that the weapon naturally causes. But it won't make the player crash and respawn. And that's a huge difference. It's a huge difference because it's a completely different influence in terms of the gameplay mechanics on the level design. If you think about it, one thing is to decrease the speed of the player, and a totally different one is to make the player crash and respawn. Because it's a much higher punishment in terms of the reward punishment system of the gameplay mechanics. If you think about it, I see that we'll use this car for every event because we have such good, so much expertise with it. So it's quite amazing and interesting. It's quite amazing and interesting, people. So if you think about it, see how many perfect integrations within, when comparing the level design and the gameplay mechanics the game has. Think about them, and you'll realize, people, that it's a unique case. It's a totally unique case. Because on top of that, we need to add the third, the fourth, I've lost count, element of the analysis, which is the game modes. The game modes. Besides everything that I mentioned, that the level design is influenced by the graphics engine, by the graphical effects of the game, because of the dust that the player won't be able to, that will cause the player to be unable to evade a lot of the power plays, and also the gameplay mechanics through the economic system in which the player will use the power plays. There's also another influence on top of that, which is that in this game, see, for example, there, you saw there, that's the inherited crashing mechanic of Burnout, the inherited crashing mechanic from Burnout, influenced the reward punishment system of the gameplay mechanics, if you think about it. Because pretty much I couldn't see anything, and I respawned and I lost the combo with all of the gameplay mechanics and everything because of that perfect influence. So there's another thing. We just need one more round. Perfect wave bonus, there we go. Let's go. We are gonna make it. Yeah, first try. Because if you think about it, there's another influence. On top of that, this late, damn it, second. It must have been quite close. What are the times? I know, 0-5, that's brutal. Well, absolutely brutal. Let's see if the game stopped crashing. Let's not tempt lag. Well, anyways, it's pretty much the same amount of time. Now, let's just go back and pick it from the main menu. Let's just choose that from the menu, people. I don't want to do that. Maybe when we change episodes, we can do that. Anyways, let's do it. Here we have to use a fixed, a predefined car. We'll have to use a predefined car. So it's absolutely amazing. So far we've seen influence of the gameplay mechanics on the level design, influence of the graphics on the level design. But there's also another thing, which isn't an influence of any other element. It's the level design itself. Drive up against the clock, yeah, we know. The power plays will trigger automatically, we know. There's another thing. The fact that this game has so many racing modes adds an extra layer of abstract complexity on top of that, if you think about it. Because as you can see, it's not the same a pure race when compared to a... Damn it. See? Perfect influence right there. Perfect influence right there. I crashed because of the inherited burnout mechanic of crashing, because of the influence of the gameplay mechanics on the level design. There's another thing that adds on top of this layer that we've been commenting of the relationship of the level design with the rest of the elements, which is the different game modes. See, for example, this one. This one is a pure race against the clock. We have detonator, pretty much. There we go. See, the gates close. For example, we have here, this one is pretty much done to, so the player can memorize, can learn by heart. I don't know what I was supposed to do there, but well, good to know. To memorize the power play locations. So, as you can see, but we have the tracks, for example, the track detonation mode. We have air revenge, as you could see, in which we bring down the helicopter itself. We bring down the helicopter itself. Or when we just have to avoid the helicopter. Right, so it's incredible the variation, or the knockout race, so all of that abstract complexity is then influenced by the game modes of the game. You could see in the knockout races how pretty much... Oof, that one was good. I think we'll at least get second place. In the knockout races, how the fact that we triggered... Oh, that was pretty close. Almost there. That was pretty good for my first complete try. We'll be able to do this no sweat at the end of the stream. You could see how in the knockout race, the fact that game mode, due to the fact that in the second or the third lap, I don't remember which one it was, in the second or the third lap, since all of the power plays had been triggered, I had no effective way as to get to the leader of the pack. That we were pretty much him and me, because I was second. So the fact that he overtook me, that he got into first place, and I didn't have any more weapons left, the game mode level design influence on the track played a role, people. It did play a role. Let's see if right now it will work. Please don't crash, please. Pretty please. Hey, this one is quite good. I know, but it doesn't have enough speed. Pretty please, could you not crash? Could it be? No. Pretty much it's absolutely unavoidable. I hate it when this game... What's going on? I could do that before. I shouldn't have picked that weird model of a car. God damn it. Well, you have a perfect reference there as to what not to do. Don't pick those weird unrendered models of the cars, people. Don't do it. So well, we know how to do it. We have to go back and re-enter the episode. Damn it. Damn. Then I'll look into that issue. Alright. That's tragic. Oh well. Perhaps if I reinstall the game or some shit like that, it will go away. Now I know what not to do. It was unavoidable. We had to try that. Alright, we'll stick to our beautiful car. It's the best combination. A late race. Final level, people. Final level of the episode. Final level of the episode. So, as I was mentioning, the game mode does have an influence because in that knockout race, the fact that the level design of the game is such that we run out of power plays played a role because I got second instead of first because I had no more power plays. The level design of the course, of the track, played a role directly influenced by the game modes. That was directly influenced by the game modes, if you think about it. If you think about it, people. Because I lost that, not due to the fact that I couldn't get to the first place, that's the physical reason, but it was there. For example, I think I missed a shortcut there. Not because of that, but because of the fact that and there's another shortcut. I'm missing the shortcuts in this track. There you could see when we did the knockout race. When we did the knockout race, that the influence of the game mode caused me to lose. If instead of a knockout race, it would have been a traditional race, for example, I would have won that. If I had I pretty much had a huge, I had a huge advantage. And I was probably going to come back from that, but the comeback opportunity was lost. Damn it. This game is brutal. The comeback opportunity was completely lost exclusively due to the influence of the game mode, of the fact that it was a knockout race and not a traditional race. It's an amazing influence. It's an amazing influence of the game mode on the level design. God, I mean, that one was way too much. So yes, like that, in a pretty similar fashion, in a pretty similar way, the fact that I mean, I'm missing the shortcuts. They are difficult to spot. There we go. The fact that we oh, we're second. We're doing good. That one disintegrated. It dropped right on top of it. No! It was a second lap. I thought it was the last one. Alright. Good stuff. The fact that sometimes you can trigger a level 2 power play, and in some other courses you cannot. Also plays a huge role, because the level 2 power play is pretty much the closest thing to a blue shell that we have. It's still not the same degree of efficiency, but it's the closest. I already took some damage previously. There we go. See, for example, look at that. You can close the shortcuts here. It's the opposite. You can close the shortcuts. So if they trigger a level 3 power play here, they would bring down the nuclear plants on top of me. Oops. I cannot. I don't have any more. How interesting. I don't have any more power plays, so I couldn't take the shortcut. See what an amazing integration of the gameplay mechanics, people. What an amazing integration of the gameplay mechanics. What an amazing integration of the gameplay mechanics. I couldn't take that final shortcut because I ran out of power plays. See how incredibly interesting it is. How they create a perfect mechanism that is so unique. Because, as I was mentioning, the level 2 power play is the closest to the blue shell that you'll have. And sometimes some courses, some tracks have 2 level 2 power plays by the end of them, some have 1 and some don't have any. That adds a lot of variety to the level design. That's the thing. That's the thing. You can see how many variations it has. As for the flaws, so far the game has been way too easy for my taste so far, but we'll see if it gets gradually better. And also the length of the campaign. See? We are pretty much at episode 9. They are getting longer, I believe. And we need to go from 4 to 9. And it's been how much time? 2 hours. Well, I think it won't take us another 2 hours to cover the rest of the difficulties up with all gold up until here. Alright, we'll do one more chapter, one more episode, I mean. We'll finish it without retries, and then we'll leave the last hours of the stream to the to replay the ones that I couldn't get first place at the beginning of the series of today's stream. We'll pretty much do that. Alright, here goes. Dry Docks, a new map. Here we go, people. Damn it! Now that I think of it, the campaign, if the campaign of this game would have been longer with seasons, with randomly generated seasons, it would have been perfection, huh? It would have been perfection, huh? With randomly generated seasons like in Forza. Well, they're not randomly generated, but they could have gone for that. With randomly generated seasons, it would have probably been a massive success, because it would have extended the length of the replayability much more. Which leads me into that topic precisely. The game could have had much better replayability in terms of flaws, now that I see it. I remember it was longer, probably because back in the day I was way too young and I had a harder time getting through the game, but I remember it being much longer. Like, it's not taking me a lot of time to get through the episodes. Damn it. There we could see a perfect influence of the graphical system, of the graphical effects on the gameplay mechanics. I could barely see. So, going back to the artificial intelligence, looks like I'll have to analyze this game pretty fast because it's not that long. Going back to the artificial intelligence, the rubber band of it's quite good because it poses a challenge without feeling unnatural, as far as I can tell. In the case of precisely, this is why I was bringing up Mod Nation Racers. In that game, both the PS3 versions and the PS Vita versions. Shit. They were the rubber band is quite nasty. The same goes for Forza Horizon. Now, this is a personal preference, people. I don't mind nasty rubber band AI, even if it's more difficult than normal. That one was interesting. Even if it's more difficult than normal, because pretty much that enhances replayability. So, pretty much if it enhances replayability, the hardest possible artificial intelligence is the best, even if it's unnatural. I don't consider... Well, that one you can see we did it through with the sides. It was the side of the car, it wasn't the front, and we still got wrecked. So... Quite interesting. Here we go. This is the blue show. See, I'm third, and there was a long distance between me and the first place. Probably he didn't kill the first one, then he's unreachable. I think that was the biggest explosion I could possibly trigger, huh? No, we have one more lap. Wait, hang on a second. Maybe we can do something about that. I won't waste my power place on level 1. Let's see if that one doesn't kill him. Probably we're fucked. 4 wrecks, 6 wrecks. Good, 6 wrecks. That's our highest ever. Oh, there we go. This is the blue show. You just see it. You just saw it. Sorry. That guy you see in front of us. That guy. I hope no one drops the ferry there. There we go. How about that one? Yeah, I think it worked. No, he escaped! Look at that. Pretty amazing artificial intelligence, people, then. Pretty amazing. Here we go, second route change. Oh, but I think he's going to survive, huh? I think that No, I wrecked everyone then. No, he definitely didn't survive. He definitely didn't, people. He definitely didn't survive. He definitely didn't survive. No one definitely survived. Definitely no one survived, sorry. Quite interesting. Oof. Final lap. There we go, and through a smooth transition we get first place. No sweat whatsoever. Yay. Yeah, pretty amazing. Pretty good, people. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, we have to... No. Hey, he was quite close. He was only 20 milliseconds away from me. I need to check my rear mirror more frequently. Air Revenge. I love Air Revenge. The one in which we send the missiles back to the helicopter, people. Quite good. Let's get to Air Revenge. Oh. Let's go. Air Revenge? Yeah. So I think we've analyzed all of the elements by now. A perfect integration of the gameplay mechanics, which is a unique integration of the gameplay mechanics, which is you can also use the right stick. Perfect integration of the gameplay mechanics, of the graphics of the game, of the economic system, everything in terms of the level design, of the game modes as well. There we go. Eat those missiles. I think there are 12 bars. Perfect way, Banas. Here goes. Take another hit. 4. No, then it's 4. It's 16 then. 4 hits. 4 hits of 4 bars. Then it's 16. Alright, now I have that measured. It's always 4 of them. Damn it. We can survive 1. There we go. Deflect. There we go. Perfect. Easy. We are the best. I think here I have more. See how interesting. I picked this route unconsciously or subconsciously because I have much more room. I wasn't expecting that. Because I had much more room to drift. And I need to drift in order to farm the mechanics of the game and deflect the attacks and do that. See how interesting it is. That one must have been the fastest ever. That was perfect. Let's see the comparison with the other times. With the times of the AI. 1:47 to 2 minutes. That this one wasn't properly calculated, or it's just that we are way too good. We'll see. We'll see, people. We'll see. Right, let's do it. Knockout race or what? See how interesting it is. I chose one route instead of the other one, something that we don't get in traditional racing games, because that would be cheating. Following kart racers, precisely as an element of the level design I mentioned at the beginning, that in the first thing, that kart racers have a lot of shortcuts, and also street racers, for example, Need for Speed has that, underground, and a lot of those, generally, more games like Simcade, like Gran Turismo or Forza, don't have those. They generally don't have those. You don't have shortcuts because you would go against the very purpose of the sport, of the racing sport, or Daytona USA, or NASCAR Heat, any NASCAR game as well. By the way, I highly recommend NASCAR 07 on the PSP. It's one of the best you'll ever see. Damn it. Well, there you had a perfect influence of the graphics on the level design. Again, people, I could barely see through the explosions. But yes, I was mentioning all of the level design elements that we mentioned at the beginning, pretty much. It's a perfect integration. You could see a perfect integration of the graphics, which is unusual, of the graphics on the level design. I could barely see anything, and pretty much that plays a role in triggering the crushing mechanic of the game, in which I am forced to respawn. As for the rest, as we analyzed at the beginning, people, an integration of the gameplay mechanics with a lot of unique elements that you won't find in traditional kart racers, that create a unique gameplay loop with a lot of influences. As I've said, look at this, for example. I wrecked everyone, including myself, because of a combination of influences of the gameplay mechanics on the level design, because literally I'm triggering the power plays, because of the graphics on the level design, because I can barely see through the screen at some points. But it's not only that, not just all of the influences that we've been commenting. It's much deeper. It's much deeper, people, because in this game, as I've said, the power plays, the weaponry system, it's combined with the environmental hazards element that we usually see in kart racers, which are not integrated. There's a difference between empirical evidence, pretty much. Let's go back to it, people. There's a difference between falling off a cliff in Mario Kart, which is a static, or in Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed or Crash Team Racing, when compared to this game. In this game, the weaponry system, it's fused, it's combined within the level design element of the environmental hazards that we normally see that they are static. In this game, they are dynamic. The environmental hazards are dynamic through the use of the gameplay mechanics. See that the degree of integration, the abstract complexity in the degree of integration of the gameplay and the level design is completely different when compared to a traditional kart racer, and I would say positive, because the degree of integration is higher if you think about it, because the elements are not dissociated. The environmental hazards aren't dissociated static elements that you have to take care of separately when compared to the weaponry system of the game. In this game, the weaponry system is fused to the environmental hazards level design element. The integration is much more tight, is highly efficient in its proportion, if you think about it. Why? Because I trigger the power play, and not the normal power play that just drops a bomb from a helicopter, but think about the shortcuts. Think about the shortcuts of that portion of the level design. I can change the shortcut, and in a second, the person, the other player who has a shortcut available is about to get it, and I change it, and the barrier or whatever drops, and the person has it's a warranted crash. It's a warranted crash. An influence on the level design, it's almost a warranted crash. Not 100%. It's the closest to 100%. It's the closest equivalent to the blue shell that we will probably ever get. So there you can see the huge influence, the perfect integration of the level design within the gameplay mechanics. If you think about it, people. If you think about it. Hey, we have survival here with the tracks. So it's absolutely fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating as the conclusion for today's analysis to witness such a close integration of the level design, of the gameplay mechanics within the level design, of the graphics in the level design. It's a unique integration that you don't see nowadays. I think I picked my usual car or whatever. Well, let's get to the stat system precisely regarding this. Here it'll be the perfect opportunity to showcase that. This car is a squishy. So the second a red barrel touches me, I'm dead. But I'm faster in that sense. So I'm able to overtake the tracks faster and build up the combo faster. Not the blue ones, the red ones kill me in one blow. So, well, see, I can barely see here. So the probability, it's easier to evade, but if I get touched by even a single red barrel, I will be killed. That one was close. For example. So it's a balance between strength and agility. As always, people, there will always be a bit of min-maxing involved. See, one hit, killed, and I lost the combo. With the Ryback, what was it? The Ryback. See, for example, this one was unavoidable. With the Ryback Bandit, perhaps that I would have been able to survive that wave. But the speed at which I build up the combo would have been lower, for example. So it's a risk and take situation. It's a balance. The second a red one touches me, I'm dead, but I'm more nimble and I can evade them far easier. And I can build up the combo meter faster. For example, first place, there we go, see? The game has a versatility in terms of the stat system that you barely stumble upon. Of course, there's an element of min-maxing involved. As you can see, I'm going for acceleration and speed due to the drifting mechanic for the most part. As you can see, because the drift makes you lose speed, and when you come out of the drift, it's important to have that acceleration, that extra degree of acceleration, because you will lose much less speed, and that'll allow you to be much more efficient. Hey, we did a perfect run of this episode. First place, first try, every time, all the time. Look at that one. Look at that. Look at that. I think we're progressing through the game faster than what I would like to. See, in terms of the flaws, it's in terms of the level design flaws precisely. I think it will be way too short-lived and way too easy, perhaps. Another thing that I forgot that I mentioned on Tuesday, but I didn't mention, but we didn't pay a lot of attention to. In terms of the graphical quality, if you're watching this as a YouTube pod, there will be a bit lost. On Twitch it must look even better. But pretty much, I wanted to highlight that this is a common element from games from back in the day. Which is the fact... Damn it, that was unneeded. That was unneeded. We won't get to the target. We'll do an exception and restart this one. We'll do an exception because we're doing a pretty good run. Only one restart. We'll do only one restart. Another element that I mentioned, but it was at the end of the stream, so I'll repeat it again, is that in a lot of games, consider these people, in terms of a graphical quality, in a lot of games, I'll also repeat it when we analyze the graphical quality of the game. In a lot of games from the 7th generation and backwards, since consoles were much more predominant when compared to the PC. This is a pretty good car, by the way, huh? Pretty good car. Almost as good as the one that I've been using. Since in a lot of... when we originally played games from back in the 7th generation and the 6th generation and the 5th generation, but when we played them in our couch instead of in front of our screen, and that played a big role, because if you think about it, first try, yeah, first try, good, first place, first try, because if you think about it, that decrease back in our at our couch in our living rooms. If you think about it, the distance between our TVs from back in the day, which weren't more than 32 inches in most cases. Now there will be someone extremely privileged who had a 40-inch LCD TV back during the 7th generation and the early 2000s or the late 2000s, and the common size of the TV was 32 inches. So since there was a longer distance between the TV and our eyes, the direct consequence was that we didn't see the game with all of the amazing graphical quality, all of the games with the amazing graphical quality that perhaps they had. And now that I'm playing it again, I don't remember a lot of the effects that this game had when I played it in my couch. Sorry, on my couch, in my living room, pretty much in when I played on the PS3. A lot of the particle effects, for example, are extremely detailed. The sky, everything. It's the same game. It's pretty much similar to the console version. I know we're besides on top of that, we're playing the PC version on ultra graphics, but pretty much. If you think about it, people, it's incredible how the graphical quality of a lot of games from the 7th and the 6th generation, and the 6th generation, in your own mind, it's actually a bit different. They're all actually a bit different because of something called PPI, the pixel per inch resolution, which is the real resolution, not the one displayed by the game, the one that your eyes will feed to your brain, pretty much. Your brain, pretty much, when looking at a screen, and the distance, well, it's measured in that. So technically, we are looking at, if you're watching this close to your screen on Twitch, there's a bit more of graphical quality since it's ultra at 60 FPS and the best pixel per inch density. That's why it must look much better than what we were discussing with Krover on Tuesday, precisely because the pixel per inch distance, the proportion is much better, and the game is on ultra as well. Thank you. Another thing, you could see that I first, and I just use that shortcut. It's interesting how the power play mechanic uses the shortcut and influence on the level design as the only way to have an advantage as when you are the first one, when you are when you are leading the pack, when you are first. Pretty much. It's interesting because here we don't have bananas like in Mario Kart. I cannot do this and drop a trap, an environmental a trap as part of the weaponry system of the game. So shortcuts play that special role. They are kind of like the only way the one who's first can increase the advantage even more. Hey, that was a perfect drift. Pretty good drift. By the way, in case you are wondering, no, I don't know about yards because we use the European system in Argentina, so I think it was, what was it? No, the mile was 0.6 when compared to 1 kilometer. So there's the difference. Another interesting piece of information is the UI doesn't have a speedometer and it doesn't have a map of the course. So that adds to the to the realism of the TV show aspect of the game. We can see there kind of like a correlation between the grandeur category of the analysis and the gameplay mechanics. It's supposedly a reality TV show, and you can see the big netting at the edges of the screen that simulates a camera. But the fact that you don't have a speedometer and the fact that you don't have the course, a map of the course, they add to the influence of the grandeur on the gameplay mechanics, because we don't have a map that could be useful to play the game, and we don't have one last push. What's that? Boneyard Rush. We'll choose Boneyard Rush as the next one, because if you think about it,
next time on
it simulates a TV show. So there's a reason not to include a speedometer, because it simulates a car being recorded by a camera. So it's questionable. I think I saw a mod to add a speedometer to the game, but it would interfere with the grandeur. Hey, we're almost at the end. It was way too short. So we'll leave at episode 9. We'll leave 10, 11, and 12 for the next one, which will be not next week, but the other, because on Tuesday we'll play Sacred 2. If Twitch solves the problem of the categories, I don't want that to go unrecorded. And then on Thursday, remember people, we have the Ultimate PS Vita Showcase. So special showcase on Thursday. The Sacred 2 expansions on Tuesday. I was meant to play Sacred 2 today, but well. So pretty much we'll focus on how many do we have to clear. Episode 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Some races in these. They are the hardest ones, so I think we have more than enough time to try those. So we'll get first place in all of those. Let's get going with this one. Pretty much I'll use the same car for everything, because it pretty much it recovers faster when coming out of a drift, and that plays a big role in terms of the speed that I am achieving. If you think about it, it plays a big role in terms of the speed that I'm achieving. So let's get to it. Flaws, glaring flaws, the length of the campaign. This game needs a mod to randomize the campaign, and that would be perfect, because I think the multiplayer doesn't work. It does have local split screen, so that would be a redeeming quality that can fix that problem. But well, you have to invite your physical buddies in real life to have unlimited multiplayer. It would be amazing if it had randomized a randomized endgame campaign. The fact that it doesn't have endgame is not that good. You have quick play, but which simulates multiplayer, but you cannot create a tournament. If you know what I mean. Mario Kart does have the that one was good. Mario Kart does have a tournament mode in which you can keep playing. I don't like that multiplayer focus of the games. That would be the negative aspect, the main negative aspect of the game. The fact that there's no speedometer, and no map. They are part of the gameplay mechanics if you think about it, because it's trying to simulate the reality TV show that the game is. There we can see an influence of the grandeur category of the analysis on the gameplay mechanics, because it adds to the cohesion and realism of being, well, Scarlet Dragoon mentioned it as a demolition derby on Tuesday. I would say it's more like a Mario Kart clone without the physical ones. It's quite tricky to classify in terms of the genre classification, but I would say that yeah, we can do the genre classification right now, because the level design plays a big role. It's a Mario Kart clone, so it would be Kart Racer technically. Between the Demolition Derby and a Kart Racer, because Burnout definitely would be Demolition Racer in that sense. Demolition Racing, for example, pretty similar to Wreckfest or Flat Out. Flat Out is pretty similar to Burnout, and it has that very same DNA influence. So I would say that it's first of all, of course, as we always say, all games are generally hybrids of other genres. But if we have to lean in terms of the proportion of the game, of the influence of the gameplay elements and the level design and everything, I would say it leans heavily towards Kart Racer, a bit more than Demolition Racing, like Burnout. Like the fact that Blur was released at the same time as this game, and they were always compared, gives you a preemptive idea. But there's more to the genre classification. Let's get into the elements of it. It's between Kart Racer and Demolition Racing. So, in terms of Kart Racers, the mechanics need to be arcade with a pretty light RPG system, and this game does have it. And generally in games like Burnout, the complexity of the stat system isn't the same as in this game. For example, it doesn't have the complexity of Kart Racers. Why? Because there are more gameplay mechanics involved, like getting speed after drifting and those things. So the stat system, I would say, because of the fact that it leans heavily towards the Kart Racer genre, because of the fact that you get speed after drifting, for example, because of the fact that the strength required to resist the power play, it's a stat that you won't find in Burnout a lot, for example. I might be wrong. If I'm wrong, then we'll redo the genre classification, but I think there isn't a stat called strength that will protect the player from the power plays. So that's why I would lean a bit more towards Kart Racer, the most hybrid and probably asymmetric Kart Racer ever, but still Kart Racer. Of course, the immediate second influence, it would be the Demolition Derby without a doubt. It would be Demolition Derby without a doubt, because the explosions don't have a physical manifestation that takes into consideration time and space in the same way as the Kart Racer does. So I think both classifications would be totally valid, because we are at pretty much 50% right in the middle in terms of the hybrid classification of the game. Alright, Race Against Time, this one. I remember this one was pretty hard at the beginning. This one was pretty hard. Remember, we're doing a 100% gold completion. I think it won't take us a lot of time. That's the first... Pretty much unavoidable, people. We'll have to restart it if we want a gold medal there, because it needs to be perfect for this one. See the beauty of what I was mentioning, how the gameplay is perfectly integrated with a high degree of efficiency within the game, within the level design of the game. You could see that the level design is directly affected. This is something that you cannot do in traditional kart racers, for example. Think about the normal weapons in Mario Kart. They don't have an influence on the level design. They are pure weaponry. The weaponry system is pure in the sense that it doesn't influence the level design. Here, the degree of integration is much higher because it has an influence on the track, on the design of the track. A higher degree of integration of the gameplay mechanics on the level design. Precisely what I've been mentioning since the beginning of the stream, people. And we can see it constantly being... we can constantly see that relationship manifesting itself. See that everything in this game, it's an influence of the level design on the gameplay mechanics or the graphics, as I mentioned at the beginning. The amazing particle effects, that one was close. The amazing particle effects, those clouds of dust play a role, if you think about it. It's extremely subtle, but they do play a role, because the fact that they impair the range of vision of the player that has an influence on the probability of the player being affected by the power play. That's the fascinating aspect of the integration of the gameplay mechanics on the level design of this game. That the graphics have an influence, the grandeur has an influence because it simulates a reality TV show, and that's why we don't have a speedometer, for example. So we cannot directly measure our speed like we would do in a normal racing game. That's an influence of the grandeur category, the impact of the ambience and the storyline on the level design. Hey, we were second or what? Or is it another episode? We were second or not? What the? Don't tell me we are far away from it. Then we were second. Let's see. Huh? Ah, yeah. The difficulties, we're beginning to see a difficulty spike here. Alright. So it's 1 minute 29. Okay, let's get to it. What was my time? So we can see how many influences we reviewed today. Influence of the graphics on the level design, influence of the gameplay mechanics on the level design, influence of the grandeur on the level design because we don't have the speedometer, influence of the game modes on the level design because we could lose a knockout race. We could lose a knockout race. Exclusively due to the fact that it was a game mode like that. Because of the rules of that mode. It didn't have to do with our proficiency, because at that point I used up everything. I used up all of my power plays, remember? And I didn't calculate, I didn't measure that in my second lap, I didn't have any more power plays to prevent the leader of the pack from getting away. Which, by the way, I was the leader of the pack, I was getting away, but someone reached me. 25, damn it, 26, 27, 28, 29, is it a joke? 30, damn it, then this will be one of the most, challenging ever, people. It will be one of the most challenging ones ever. God damn it. It will be one of the most challenging ever, people. It will be one of the most challenging ever. Let's try it again. So, a lot of influences, as you can see, and this is the fascinating aspect that I wanted to get to of a split second. It's the game that its level design is the most well integrated out of all level designs I've seen in racing games. Pretty much. because of how the weaponry system is handled, because of the storyline, because of the graphical quality and the graphical effects, how the graphical effects are handled. Then we'll get into the pure graphical quality of the game. But the graphical effects, the particles of the game, I don't think we're gonna make it like that. Sorry, but this will be, that's why I leave this for the end. It's the most challenging portion of the gameplay. It's the most challenging portion of the gameplay. Alright, let's see. And yes, the stat system pretty much that we were mentioning on Tuesday is much more similar to a kart racer. I think that due to the fact that then I will check out if Burnout does have a strength as a stat to survive attacks. But even if it had that stat, the influence of the power play system makes it different. In Burnout, you don't have power plays, you just have a boost mechanic. So the predominance of that strength stat, for example, or the predominance of being nimble and able to escape explosions, involves a completely different philosophy, if you think about it. Here we have to survive stuff like this that you just saw, and in Burnout that doesn't happen. So the influence of the stat system is different. It's completely different, people. I think I'm missing shortcuts, that's the reason why. I think I'm missing shortcuts. I mean to think I'm missing shortcuts. 28, 29? Oh! If I wasn't first, that was the closest ever. No, it was second. You have to be kidding me. It can't have been more than 10 milliseconds. I was quite close. "12 milliseconds, people. 12 milliseconds. We are beginning to see the dark side, the dark side of the difficulty spikes of the game. 12 milliseconds can happen. I love that exactness of racing games. That's right, you explode all over the place. The drifting, you need to also get used to the handling of the car. Like the drifting here, it's absolutely different when compared to the other ones. I'm beginning to think that that's the mistake I'm making with the drifting. I haven't mastered the drifting of this car. Good one. I barely lost any speed there. How about this one? I guess this one is faster. Or not, because it forces another drift. No, it forces another drift. Shit. Damn it. Right at the end. Give me a second, because my joystick somehow is getting stuck there. Getting stuck. Give me a second. for this. Give me a second. A product for this, but for now we'll have to make do with what we have. Yeah, it's getting stuck when I push it till the end. It happens from time to time. Shit. I focused on cleaning my joystick that happened. Let's try that again. There we go. I need to remember not to forget to reactivate my microphone after doing that, because it wouldn't be the first time a streamer did that and the rest of the stream is muted. I think it has to do with this rift. I think I lose way too much time on that. To avoid drifting. Easy, easy, easy peasy. Damn it. It's calculated perfectly, huh? This level is calculated perfectly, and when I say perfectly, I mean absolutely perfectly. I mean absolutely perfectly. Yeah, this happened to me once. And I'll use that product that I said, and it will be more lubricated. Let's retry that. So, difficulty spike, people, definitely. You can see that I'm doing everything right, and it's telling me to... I was close though. I think this is so tight that I can calculate that that's enough to lose the first place. It needs to be impeccable, huh? I guess that's perfect. Yep. It was the perfect run. It was the perfect run, people. It was a perfect run. God damn it. Alright, enough analysis for today. We'll focus on beating this thing. I'll shut up a bit and... Nope. Nope. This is like Forza Horizon 1 all over again. Forza Horizon 1, that's why I recommended it on Tuesday. It's exactly like this all the time. It's a constant restart. And Forza Motorsport 2 on the highest difficulty without assistance, same. Since we don't have the speedometer for me to measure our speed, we'll lose a bit there. We'll lose track of how fast we're actually going. Better idea. Like that I prevented the drift almost altogether. Let's see. Aha! Small shortcut here, good. I don't think I'm missing any shortcuts at all. Good. I prevented a drift there. The same goes here. I think this time I got it. I am quite confident. It's gonna be close, but yeah. Who's number one? 127. Good. Good. Was pretty tricky, this one. Was pretty tricky, especially with this car that pretty much doesn't drift all too well. So yeah. Alright, we're done with this episode. Let's go to the other one. All your statistics are tracked under the extras menu. Oh, interesting. Quite interesting. Alright, let's see, what do we have here? A new race there. Ah, second here. This chapter was a mess. We didn't finish anything. I think it's the first one that we did today, huh? Hit the skids instead of the skies. Quite interesting. Here we go. Normal race. This shouldn't be a challenge. Ah, only 2 laps. Careful. If there isn't a level 2 power play implemented here, that would be a problem. Be careful. Perhaps if I avoid triggering all of the power plays up until the end. Well, that one was a no-brainer. This one. This shortcut ain't getting away any more times. I think the handling, it's amazing, but for example, I shouldn't be forced to bump into walls like that, I believe. Yeah. It's very similar to Ridge Racer in that sense, the handling. I love how natural the trigger, the drifts are triggered. The drift system comes into play. Aha, another shortcut here. Ah, but it's difficult to take the other shortcut when you take the first one. The second one in the shadow of the first. Interesting. I'll take that into account. Alright, someone triggered a level 2 power play here. Goodbye, bridge. And I am first automatically. So convenient. Huh? Influence of the graphics on the level design, I couldn't see shit. And I crashed directly because of that. Look at this, how the track changed. Amazing. Oof, pretty close one. Aha. We got some vultures behind. Damn it. Level 2 power play is ready to go. Let's try level 1. Let's see if that stops that guy. Yeah, it stopped him. That stopped. It pretty much just stopped everyone. The fact that you don't have a speedometer is interesting. It's the same system as Mario Kart 7, in CTGP7, if you get the... That was way too much. In CTGP7, which is a modded version that it has been released for the 3DS, you do have a speedometer like in Mario Kart Double Dash, for example. In terms of the genre classification. No, I meant genre classification. In terms of the inherited elements from kart racers that the game has. Really good. By the way, pretty amazing bloom effects. In terms of the graphics, I think there's nothing we can say, people. In terms of the graphics, it's a 10 out of 10. There's a pretty similar case. I've seen a lot of similar cases in which you get games with perfect gameplay mechanics, but that are way too short. It's pretty similar to Vanquish in that sense. That game has perfect third-person shooter mechanics on par with Gears of War, but it's so short that it's simply not fair to compare it to Gears of War. That's the problem. Alright, let's keep going. Here we go. We're fourth there. It's another race or a helicopter run, something like that. We will see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. What's this one? Normal race. Huh? I lost a two normal races in this chapter. That's unusual. Generally the special events like the one you saw some minutes ago are the ones that concentrate most of the difficulty, if you think about it. But well, shit. I lost control of the car there. It was unavoidable. Could it be that there's a shortcut to my left there? Could it be? Could it be, people, that there's a shortcut to my left over back there? This turn is certainly brutal. Not even with my best car, finally the best car, I can do it perfectly. Double wreck. Drift pass. That one's a pretty creative element of the economic system. Damn it. Damn it. We made it. We are way too ahead of them. Perfect. Good riddance. Change routes. New route. New route. There we go. Before they do it, that one was sweet. Huh. The vultures. They were waiting for me to do something like that. Huh. Ferry goes down. The ferry goes down. Down it goes. Someone triggered it even before I did. They really want us dead over here. Second route change to ensure that they don't trigger it. Yeah, that's another thing, another interesting element. If the leader of the pack, like I am now, if the one in first place triggers or can preemptively trigger the power plays, I can avoid getting killed. Like, at the end of the day, the economic system of the game has an amazing integration, because that's how you protect yourself while being first. By triggering the traps yourself. So, quite amazing, quite amazing. I think they ran out of weapons. No, there's one more there. Enjoy the view, people. That's great. Just hit the camera. Just hit our faces. crazy. Ooh, look at that. Hey, there's another root switch. So there's 3 of them. Pretty amazing. That wasn't the idea. I think it happened the same last time. So it's terrible to triple wreck. I think no one survived this shit, yeah? I think no one. Could it be that someone survived this shit? Yeah, all of those degenerates up ahead. I can see why we ended up last time. Damn it, I think shit. I need to remember to not trigger that last fairy. And pray that someone doesn't trigger it. Alright, this one, I can see why it's a pretty tricky course. It's a quite tricky course, because that third phase of the fairy, it's unavoidable. So it's pretty similar to the blue shell. It's the most similar to the blue shell, because the fairy can explode 3 times. So yeah. Okay. Here goes. Alright. Enjoy it. Damn it. Well, better for all of us to be crushed. Damn it. What's with this course? Ah well, anyways, we are second, everyone dies. Well, unless, except for the 5 seconds, he's getting away. Quickly. That degenerate. The macaque is getting away. The degenerate is getting away. Over there. Go, damn it. Damn it, this fairy. This fairy is the worst. How about that one? Nice instant replay by them. Good. Took first place. What? I was far ahead than this. I was second. I got stolen because of the replay. I'm not triggering another replay at all. Alright, so the replay mechanic does have its issues. Someone triggered it even before I did. And they timed it terribly. That was properly timed. That was also properly timed. Combo breaker. Yes, from where was it? It was damn it. Killer Instinct. The legendary fighting game, Killer Instinct. Damn it. What about this one? Thank you. Oh, that's amazing calculation. No, yeah, no. There isn't another shortcut there. Almost there. I'll let them trigger this shit. I won't be the one to do so. See how they manage. Everything is engulfed in flames. Everything is a pile of crap all around that people. The drifting becomes second nature after a while, so positive, quite positive in that sense. The handling of the car, it's amazing. Quite comfortable. 2 seconds ahead. I'll let them trigger that. I won't trigger it. Now I see that everything explodes around me. That was perfect. Looks like we got this in the bag. They're pretty close though. I wouldn't get ahead of myself. Don't get cocky. Now I see that they triggered the level 1, the level 2 power play here. Can you imagine people that they trigger it? Now looks like the game doesn't trigger that, because otherwise it would be impossible to win the race. Pretty much through pure racing skill you can do it. That's bad. That's bad. The artificial intelligence could be better in that sense. I don't like it when they don't trigger, because I was in range. There you can see the multiplayer orientation. That always hurts the quality of the game. That sense. That does affect the quality. That does affect the quality. That does affect the quality. So I am disappointed that the artificial intelligence didn't trigger the route changes. They should have triggered them, and they should have killed me. Definitely. They had the opportunity. That's not good, people. That's not good. We're beginning to see some flaws. That the blue shell precisely ensures that is kind of like a containment method for that in that sense it ensures that the player will die, I guess. In terms of the artificial intelligence, 3 lives left. Alright, just normal escape. This must have been way too narrow. Yeah, this one we did today. Yeah, it was way too narrow. The one that was extremely narrow. Yeah, it's that one. Perfect wave, thank you. So here I don't have to build up my drifting, so no point in doing that. Just evade. Careful, because the waves will get progressively longer. Easy. This one won't be as easy as the previous one. Good. Wasn't perfect, but I'm keeping up my combo. So you're gonna see ×2. Getting a bit longer. Ha! I'll just use the shortcut. Take this. Ah, pretty good. Pretty good. They took into account the shortcut. Amazing. Ah, but you didn't expect me to do that. Level 3, perfect wave. They're getting longer. 9 wave streak. I think it's gonna be perfect. Yeah, your sight plays a big role in this mode. Like, you need to have perfect sight. Like with FPS games, it's a pretty similar effect. Damn it, I wasn't expecting that one. There was no way I could see it. It was kind of like below that. Alright, we can make a comeback. We can do it. That's a little bit more. We can do it. We can make it. Oof. Now that is brutal. I hacked that wall as if it was the last thing I was going to do. Pretty good stuff. But no, my accumulated score was way too big at the beginning. Because you see that they gradually get bigger. They gradually get longer, sorry. So it's better to take advantage of the situation at the beginning than at the end. It gets progressively higher, more difficult. Alright, we had the bonus event that we hadn't unlocked previously. This will be with Corvetti's Slipstream. This one I think we didn't do it at all, because it was a bonus, it was locked. It was a bonus event. Something like that. So... Oh, don't tell me I'm running out of battery on my joystick. joystick. No, my battery. I use the official Microsoft battery here, and it lasts. It can last months. I love it when they say that the Nintendo Switch joystick lasts a lot, which it does, and it's amazing. But I think this one, the one from 2017 with the official battery pack, it lasts even more. Easy. Pretty good car, by the way, at least when compared to the one that we were using, compared to the last one. Nice try. 149. Interesting. That's not a good sign. The fact that that triggered so early is not a good sign, people. Alright, that tire was threatening. Pretty good car, huh? Pretty good car. It drifts automatically. Much more automatically than the one I'm used to use. Ha. I know this course by heart. This course is more of a matter of shortcuts, I believe. Yeah, you explode, but this is it. That's pretty much the ending. 45, 46. There we go. First try. Good. Yeah, it's a pretty good car, huh? Corvetti Slipstream. Pretty good car. Pretty good one. Pretty good one. Easy to maneuver. Easy to handle. It's easy to maneuver with this car because it's pretty easy to handle. Corvetti Pursuit. We're unlocking a lot of cars that we're not even using. I'm using the DLC ones, and that's it. 146. That's a huge difference. Alright, and we're done with this episode, people. Just like that. Looks like we'll finish this. We'll only do 3 days of analysis of this game. Damn it. That's a terrible flaw. Ah, we unlock this one. Choose event. Helicopter Revenge is this one? What is it? What is it? What's this one? Midway Pass, but is it Helicopter Revenge or Escape? What could it be? We'll see, we'll see. I think we'll finish earlier today. We just pretty much covered everything. Air Revenge. Yeah, I remember Air Revenge. Air Revenge is pretty good. Okay, let's do it. So it was 16... There were 16 bars, so 4 strikes. Good. I need to land 4 strikes at the highest... And I need to milk the... I need to farm, sorry. I need to farm the economic system of the game. And like this, I farm the drifting like this. Pretty amazing. 370-yard drift. There you go. Is it me or I straight up did 2 perfect missile deflections one after the other one? Third one. Damn it. I got good at this, huh? Third missile deflection, that's amazing. Yeah, you have to farm the drifting shit. And not be so slow, because otherwise the game realizes. Oh well, but it doesn't matter, I was just... from that. Oh, I think we can do it. Alright, so if you are way too slow, the game does have a countermeasure. Oh yes, so we'll have to survive this wave. You have to time the waves that you survive and the rest. There we go. It's over. You have to time the waves that you pick that you choose to survive or evade to evade or trigger the reflection, the missile deflection. So next car. I wonder if we get a car with perfect stats. I don't think so. Corvetti Pursuit. Good, good, good. You save everything. Blah, 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 blah. Here we go. So, the secret bonus chapter. We have to do the secret bonus chapter. This one? Ryback Cyclone RS. Good. Good, good, good. Good, 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 good. Amazing, amazing. Yeah, in terms of the level design, precisely the biggest flaw that I will comment on is the length, pretty much. This guy would have been hugely benefited from a randomized, from a component of randomization of the level design of the tracks. Would have been amazing. Hey, pretty good card this one as well, huh? They're all amazing. This one is much more prone to not drifting, which I like. Shit, they got me there. They got me there. They got me there. They can't all be first tries, people. You know that trap. It's rarely triggered, that trap. This one is pretty good. Yeah, this one feels like a Lamborghini, and it looks like a Lamborghini. It's just that the license, they couldn't use the license. One would be like the Lamborghini of the game. Easy. How are you supposed to evade that? To go to the right? I think you are supposed to go to the right, huh? You have to go straight into. It's a visual illusion. You have to go straight into the trap. Incredible how it creates a visual illusion that the track is right in front of you when it's not. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Yeah, this car is pretty good. Shit. Spoke a tad too soon. A bit too soon. Pretty much. Alright. See how it changes the completely changes the road. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Brilliant. Amazing particle effects. We'll get to the graphical quality of the analysis next time, because it's pretty much the last thing that I'll analyze, I guess, because it's been only 3 streams, but we're at the end. So like this, to the... Now I tried the right and it didn't work. What's the point of this? Now I can see why. I mean, the timing of that third power play, it's way too difficult. You cannot take the shortcut there. But in the next one, I presume we can. No, it explodes. No shortcuts for us. Well, no shortcuts involved. Shit. Well, we'll restart. It's getting tough. It's getting tough. The difficulty spike is definitely working, people. Alright. So if I look directly here, yeah, I'm not even affected by the physics, because, okay. If you memorize, how interesting, if you memorize the newly created zones, the newly created, now they triggered, seriously? Oh, don't tell me we are way too slow. We cannot allow that. We cannot allow that. Okay, pretty good car, by the way. Pretty good. The last ones have been amazing. They're clearly the best The stats of the game are definitely getting better in terms of the car. You cannot take that. You cannot take that shortcut there. Neither that one. The nuclear plant goes boom. Shit. That shit. Oh wow. There's a lot of racing skill involved here. It's like a serpent road. Oh no, we're gonna make it. Good, good, good. As long as you evade the traps, the power plays, takes it into account. This one was called what? The Ryback. What? It's pretty good, huh? Then we'll compare the stats. It's like a second. It wasn't that easy. Quite close. Second. 121. Alright then, it is a huge challenge. I take all of that back. It's a pretty high challenge, pretty huge challenge then. Alright, let's try that again. Let's see. The game does look gorgeous, huh? How about that? Yeah, pretty good. Use of the clutch there. Shit. Yeah, this track takes into account the pure racing skills as well. How do you avoid that? How on earth do you avoid that? Through the middle, maybe through the middle. Running, because I already tried the right path. Maybe it's through the middle, like running straight to the explosion. So we go over here, and now it's through here. Amazing. Stop drifting. Shit. That shouldn't happen. Oh, this one? That's unavoidable, people. I think that shit's unavoidable. I think it's asking us to take the other path, huh? Could it be? Let's try it. I don't lose anything by trying once. Maybe it has to do with that shortcut. I mean, the other shortcut doesn't have any power plays, as far as I know. Say for example here the speedometer would play a role. What a shitty way of taking that turn. Let's see, let's try this one. Doesn't it take a lot of time to do this? I don't know. Maybe that's the key. That one was pretty good. Maybe that's the key. I don't lose anything by trying. No shit, that corner. That stupid corner is the worst I've ever seen, guys. It's the worst, literally the worst. It's literally the worst corner I've ever seen in this game. Literally the worst corner. Let's see this one. Good. Don't ask me why, but they trigger at different times. No shit. What a way to ruin a perfect run. What a way to ruin a perfect run. We had the worst section covered. Shit. I mean, this is taking almost half an hour. This one's tough, people. This one's tough. Like that, I barely lost the speed. That could give me an edge. Right, there's like it's pretty difficult to evade anyways, but there's like a small cavity. There's like a small cavity. There's like a small space to the left that allows you to survive it. Okay. Oh, I could keep that car quite stable. It's a pretty good car. Pretty good car. Normally I'm not able to do that with others. It's the first card that really allows you to pretty much choose between that is easy to choose between triggering a drift or not. It kind of like has a distinctive feel to it that allows you to... Shit, so close. Yeah, my final racing in that serpent way was way too terrible. The fact that this gets a bit stuck, I need to apply a product that I have to it. I was close. I'm not finishing without covering this one and the rest of the ones that are part of chapter 5 and 6. So let's do it, people. Let's try that again. I barely drifted. I barely drifted, huh? So that worries me. Alright, so here to the left, like that. Okay. We can see that there's another danger involved. Alright, without drifting, to the left, without drifting. I mean, this is a huge difficulty spike, huh? This car must be quite good to be so difficult to unlock. Perfect. Perfect. Easy, 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 and easy, and... Here we go. Shit. It's harder than what might it look like, and what it might look. It's harder than what it looks. Definitely harder than what it looks. It's a very exact. It's a very exact orifice. It's a very small opening. Very brief opening, sorry. It's a brief opening. How the fuck are you supposed to survive that shit? Like... I think the problem is with the final section, huh? The serpent way at the end. Shit. Damn it. I need to avoid doing that like the plague. That looks seamless to me. I mean, that one? No, we're already second. Ah, wait, it's... What? Already second? 23, damn it. Alright, it's 23, yeah, right, damn it. Damn it. This one is definitely tough, huh? And when I say tough, truly tough. It reminds me of Forza Motorsport. 2 seconds, that's a lot. That's a lot. There's definitely something I'm doing wrong. Definitely there's something I'm doing that is just plain wrong. Perhaps the idea is to not trigger drifting at all. I don't know. I'll try to. It worked last time. Like that. Like only a small drifting there. Oh, this one. This one is brutal. It's a very narrow passage. Good one. I guess that's better. I think touching the walls decreases your speed much more than anything, huh? Like that. The more you touch the walls. Even if you don't have a speedometer, I can tell the difference. Even if we don't have a speedometer, I can tell the difference. Shit! No. This one is... This one will take some tries. Huh. Nothing like a good challenge. So I can see how they decided to extend replayability. Definitely interesting. Definitely interesting. That's it. What the? They triggered ahead of time? That's bad, I guess. So many variables, so many probabilities. I am getting this one before finishing the stream. Now we have time, it's not even been 4 hours. We can do some more. Definitely a brutal difficulty spike. See, that's what I wanted to avoid. What the fuck happened there? I think the drifting recovery plays a big role. The drifting recovery plays a big role in this. It plays a big role. No. You have to avoid drifting and avoid touching the walls. It's the most difficult race out of the game for now. Oh, damn it. That should give me the extra speed. Damn it. Stupid explosion. It. I didn't touch the walls, that's for sure. Second already? Is this a joke? Is it a joke? God damn it, by how much? This has to be a joke. This has to be a joke, people. I am losing speed somehow and I cannot measure it because of the lack of the speedometer. 23, almost 24, almost 3 seconds. Shit. Almost 3 fucking seconds? No, it has to be the shortcut, huh? Then. It has to be the shortcut. Maybe the game is asking me to use the other shortcut. It cannot be. It's way too much of a difference for a racing, for a pure racing. A difference. We'll try the other path then. Let's try this then. Because it cannot be. Yeah, it's faster, huh? Yeah, I miss it. That's a shortcut that you are supposed to. Yeah. It's a shortcut. It forces you to use that shortcut pretty much, and well, not suck at the rest, I believe. Now we can see that it will be 25 minutes, 25 seconds instead of 23, as we've been doing. Alright, final. This serpent road is brutal, huh? Come on, without hitting the brakes. 19, 20, 21. No, it's already the same. Pretty much the same. I cannot believe it, people. This is the highest difficulty spike I've seen since we started playing the game, huh? It's the highest difficulty spike I've seen. It's... I thought I was missing a shortcut, but no. But no, it's not a matter of a shortcut. I'm doing it perfectly. There's something reducing my speed. Let's try this path again, because I had pretty much the same results at this point. It's the highest difficulty spike I've seen. Like, it's a 2 to 3 second difference. That's extremely high. Whoever measured this one, they definitely wanted to do a tight. They wanted to do a tight time, lap time for us for the player. Look at this, 19, 20. Look at that, it's already over, and I'm not even close to the finish line. It's absolutely brutal. Definitely a difficulty spike. It's a brutal difficulty spike. And here I thought that today it was going to be a breeze to just analyze the level design and the influence of the gameplay mechanics on it. And that I was going to finish everything gold without any kind of issue. There has to be something. I think that when I hit a wall, shit, nothing like that. that's enough to stop to ruin the lap time. I think when I hit the walls, even by a slight amount, even if it's just a second, I lose a speed. We cannot see it because of the fact that the game doesn't have a speedometer, but I need to be able to. I have to be able to measure it somehow through the sound of the engine. It's the only way. Like that. Like that's perfect. Like, oh, we'll see. I'll try not to touch any walls. Damn it. Well, for example, that one was unavoidable. Consider that the car that you have to use it's fixed. You cannot choose the car. This is brutal. I don't remember this when I played it back in the day. This level, it's absolutely brutal. Nuclear plant goes down. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. No, for example, there I touched the wall, but maybe that reduces the speed. It has to be that because. Oh well, we'll see. Come on, come on, come on, come on. This is a pretty good run. Shit, no. This serpent road is absolutely brutal. Look at this. And this car's drifting is... No, more than enough to go damn it. Absolutely brutal, people. Absolutely brutal. The difficulty spike that this specific level has. It's absolutely brutal. I think you don't have to touch any wall. You don't have to hit any walls at all. I mean, I don't saw any substantial difference between this and the other one, and the other path. Like, if there would have been a substantial difference in the sense of the shortcut, like you miss a shortcut, it would be much bigger than what we are getting. Like, there's something that I'm missing. How about this? Seems to be working. It did work, but it's not enough. Look at this. This shit is so crazy. Not even close. That's what worries me. And I'm not even close. Like there's a 2-second difference, people. A 2-second difference. I need to avoid drifting, perhaps. There's a way, perhaps, to avoid drifting here. I don't know. Like that, perhaps. That's the key. Maybe it's this road. I don't know. I think that you lose speed the second you hit the wall, huh? We cannot see it, but that's the problem of not having a speedometer by here. Shit, that corner, that disgusting corner. I feel like Lightning McQueen in the first movie of Cars when he tries to master that circuit, that arena circuit. From Radiator Springs. There aren't many options, people. There aren't many options, I mean. There aren't many options. Perhaps here, perhaps I'm failing here. Like, no, there you cannot. You can only avoid that through the other road, through the use of the other road. And I think this one is it. I think the one that we are meant to use is the first one. See, for example, that drifting is enough to fuck it up, as far as I can tell, because it's not enough. What a difficulty spike, guys. I am barely turning the car. Drift. I have to avoid the drifting altogether, I believe, over there. Like, altogether. See, for example, this is precisely what I need to avoid. This is precisely what I need to avoid. God, I mean, it's taking a whole hour, this shit. I thought we were going to breeze through the game, and this shit, it's absolutely brutal. That one's solid. That one's solid. Like this, like this, like this. I could prevent the drifting. Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm barely turning the car. Here I have to drift. There's no option. That's pretty much perfect. There, for example, I could avoid drifting, for example. Here, no. It's way too big of a turn. This one's unavoidable, pretty much. That was the very limit of it. Good one. Are we gonna make it? No, shit. No, you have to be kidding me with that. This shit that gets stuck. Damn it, it got stuck. My bumper. Damn it, it was so close. It was so close. Okay. I get the point. But I have the formula. That was so fucking close. Alright. Ryback Cyclone RS. That was so close. So close. For bigger drifts, release the guy, well, whatever. Let's do it. Come on. We can do it. We can do it, people. We can do it. We can do it. That one was almost perfect. Yeah, of course. Since I never get to the end, I have to avoid drifting. The car is designed to avoid drifting. For example, here, it's better to hit the brakes and avoid drifting almost altogether, as much as you can. That'll give you the advantage. The advantage. Shit. Should have chosen a different angle for that one. God, I mean, this. It's so tight. so tight you don't even have a second of margin. You don't even have a single second of margin. There we go. Amazing. It's basically a straight line in the middle of the apocalypse. Stupid bumper. This didn't happen to me on Tuesdays. But there I could see some issues. Like this, perhaps. Almost, but no. Damn it, we're almost at 4 hours because of this shit. I could have progressed so much through this game. I had everything perfectly calculated to have and then this shit appeared. Then this shit crossed my path. This shit crossed my path. Hang on a second. Let's see if with that we can get by. This is not ideal, people. The ideal thing is to use a product that I have, but I don't. There's no point in stopping the stream to grab it. How do you like this? That one was perfect, huh? I am barely hitting the brakes and barely turning the car. Huh? Just so you have a reference. There are so many turns that I cannot identify which is the one that is responsible for making me lose a bit of time. The tiny bit of time that is responsible for making me lose. How about this one? Damn it! No. What was it? 10 milliseconds? 10 milliseconds? Could it be? 10 milliseconds perhaps? No, you had to be kidding me. 15 milliseconds. 15 milliseconds. But that's a key, huh? To avoid drifting altogether. What about this? Huh. That might be the key. That's one less drift. I think it's also affecting the timing of when the power plays are triggered. That one has to be a joke. I slammed that wall. I didn't hit it head on. Alright, if it's way too much, you don't survive it. Okay. Slight detail. So I need to hit the brakes and avoid drifting altogether, like that. Like, I wish you could see my hands, people, right now. The amount of movements that I'm doing to avoid drifting. I wish you could see my hands. The amount of movements. It reminds me of Forza Motorsport all over again. The amount of stick movements that I am required to do for this is absolutely crazy. That one was perfect. Shit. No, turn, stupid car. Turn, turn. Again. This has to be a joke. I'm missing the mark for 15 milliseconds, some shit like that. How much was it this time? 15 again, the very exact timing. Oh boy, we're 15 milliseconds away. Alright, 15 milliseconds, it's a single second of well, less than a second of hitting the brakes. It's within the margin of error, if you ask me. For example, that shit could be the reason, or I don't know. At this point, that shit could be the reason easily. How about this, without touching this wall? Perhaps. Perhaps. That's something different. The combination of perfect turns that you need to do, it's mind-boggling. Let's try not hitting the brakes. What about this one? No, it changed. Damn it. I've tried anything at this point. Now it's just a matter of trial and error, I guess. Wow. What an ending for today's week of... well, probably the only week of a split second, because in the next one I think we'll be able to finish again. Like, what kind of mistake could I be doing? Like that? Perfect? Like, that is perfect. It's a perfect turn. I mean... I cannot imagine the... now I am afraid of the rest of the... I'm afraid of the rest of the trials like this one. If this one was as brutal as this one... that's not good. Way too much drifting. Shit. No. Now I see that this one is the one. No. No. No, simply no. Alright, alright, this is getting... it's getting quite exhausting. What a difficulty spike, huh? I think they didn't calculate it correctly. And if they did, what? They were a bunch of devils. What a bunch of devils. I think this will... This might be the run, people, huh? Not a single wall touched. Like that. Here I won't trigger the brake. I won't hit the brakes. At all. Shit, no, you have to be kidding me. That might ruin the run. Made it! Yes! It only took a whole hour. What a difficulty spike. I think I made it. I think I made it. Yes! I cannot believe it. The rest of the gameplay, they were all first tries constantly, and this took me a whole hour. Boof. Boof. Talk about difficulty spikes. I only had 20 milliseconds left there. Woof, people. Alright, I thought it was going to be quite easy. Oh, I mean, it decided to crash. After that, it was way too much. Let me see that it got recorded, and that's it for today, guys. That last race took us a whole hour. It's definitely the biggest difficulty spike of the game, and well, glad that it took me a whole hour, but we could do it finally. How many tries was that? I did all first tries for 3 hours, and then this one took a whole hour. But well, guys, ladies and gentlemen, people, it's been my pleasure sharing the second day of analysis of a split second with all of you. My original plan for today was to showcase Sacred 2, but due to the fact that Twitch is not recording the the VODs over at the categories, as far as I can tell, they have some kind of issue. There we go. As you can see, all gold, and it's only our second day. So on Tuesday of not the next week, but the other, we will begin chapter episode 10, 11, and 12, and I think we'll be able to finish the game and go back and finish the ones that are not perfect gold. On episode 7, episode 8, and episode 9 was perfect, so that was definitely a difficulty spike. So we'll complete those on Tuesday. Remember, on Tuesday of the other week. Next week we'll continue with the Ice and Blood expansion of Sacred 2. Now that we've finished the final analysis of Sacred 2, we'll get to the endgame content, the Ice and Blood expansions, pretty much. And on Thursday we'll do the Ultimate PS Vita showcase, so be sure to stay tuned, because on Thursday I'll showcase the final model of next week of the Ultimate PS Vita, with everything, with all of the mods, with all of the amazing things that it involves. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been my pleasure sharing this Thursday of review of Split Second with all of you, our second day of gameplay. I want to see if Twitch finally fixed the categories. Let me see for a sec before finishing. So today we analyzed all of the interactions of the gameplay mechanics with the level design. No, it's still broken. Here you can here you can here you can perfectly. Here I think you can perfectly. Yeah, it says a split second. Videos are temporarily unavailable. Who knows when they are going to be available? Oh well. That's why I didn't want to stream Sacred 2. Hopefully for Tuesday they will have that sorted out. So we'll play on Tuesday. We'll play Sacred 2, the endgame content, the Ice and Blood expansions. On Thursday we'll do the Ultimate PS Vita showcase, and on Tuesday of the other week we will get to on Thursday of the other week we'll get to Split Second. On Tuesday of the next week we'll also do Sacred 2. So we'll be Sacred 2, then Ultimate PS Vita showcase, special showcase, then Sacred 2 again, and then the ending of a Split Second. Because then I'll have to pick another game for analysis, because we would have finished with the game pretty much at that point. So good, good, good people. That's pretty much the layout. Today we analyzed all of the relationship between the gameplay mechanics and the level design, from the graphics influence on the level design, the gameplay influence on the level design, to pretty much everything that we covered in these 4 hours. That final race was legendary. Definitely a difficulty spike. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been my pleasure, and see you all on Tuesday. As I always say, special thanks to all Discord members and followers of the Twitch channel, and also thanks to all YouTube subscribers. Anyone who might watch this later on as a Twitch bot or a YouTube bot, from the bottom of my heart. Always, and anyone in general who might have taken the time to watch this as a YouTube bot or a Twitch bot in general. But special thanks to, as always, Discord members and followers of the Twitch channel. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and see you all on Tuesday, guys. We'll get to the final. We'll get to the end game content of Sacred 2. So be sure to stay tuned, and then the Ultimate PS Vita showcase. That will be amazing. We'll do it on Thursday, and it will be extremely amazing. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. See you all on Tuesday. Have a great weekend of video games. Play everything. Be happy, of course. Always enjoy life. And we'll see each other on Tuesday.